Chapter 993, Generous Gift. Chapter 993, Generous Gift, _ Inside the unknown fountain of powers Upanishad, two souls were floating and bobbing like spooky ghost flames, searching for something. Different marvelous powers Upanishads moved like outer space light streamers. They swooshed quickly. Each light streamer contained one power Upanishad. There were also space light streamers with the same power Upanishad, but at different levels. It was like developed forms of the same mysteriously mighty power. Obviously, it wasn't the first time that Shuryan's host soul and co-soul entered this place. They were like regular customers now. In this area, he had comprehended space power Upanishad and star power Upanishad. However, this place didn't have only one kind of space power Upanishad and star power Upanishad. As he tried to sense, there were dozens of them in the area he had wandered around. They were the performances of the two powers Upanishads. Of course, he wasn't aiming at space power or star power this time. He wanted to accumulate something for his death and life power Upanishad. However, after one round around the place, Shuryan was disappointed that he couldn't find any space streamers related to death or life power Upanishad. Metal, fire, wood, lightning, ice, gravity, wind, and the other popular powers Upanishad were easy to find here. However, they were so different to what he was cultivating. Thus, he didn't try to study them. In the blood pool, Blood Devil had used demon blood to perform the special abilities of life power Upanishad, which touched him deeply. He got new cognition of life power Upanishad. Thus, he wanted to see if he could advance life power Upanishad in this place. However, this vast fountain of powers Upanishads was immense and torrential. Various powers Upanishads scattered around endlessly, and every hour he wandered here, he had to consume a lot of energy. However, he could only move within a limited area. If he got out of this safe place, his soul energy would all be consumed, so he shouldn't linger for a long time. Due to his low realm and weak soul, he could only operate in a limited area. Shuryan knew this well. Begrudgingly, he couldn't do anything but let his soul immerse in a brilliant space, where there was a pulsation of space power that rippled like unceasing seawater. It had some kind of marvelous space energy that piled up in layers. Shuryan let his soul wander in there and slowly quiet down as he tried to comprehend. The space pulsation was the key to build space teleport formation. If he understood this, Shuryan could use his energy with the special materials to build the space formation like mother and child sky linking formation, which could connect two life stars. His soul immersed in magical space energy fluctuation. He relaxed and released flows of soul consciousness to resonate with the space energy ripples. He tried carefully to sense each pulse of space. Time flew hurriedly. After an unknown period, his soul felt tired. A thought popped up in his head. He felt like the whole place was turning upside down in panic. When he could react, his soul had returned to the soul altar already. He woke up in his room. The three shadows sitting next to him smiled when they saw him waking up. "Have you finished absorbing the 1,000-fold lotus?" Shuryan smiled and asked. Fei Lon, Leona, and Ka Tua nodded, their eyes full of joy. Ka Tua laughed, speaking loudly and wildly. "Senior, this 1,000-fold lotus is really good. My sea of consciousness has expanded twice. My soul consciousness is refined, and my soul altar seems to have been quenched once. How about you?" Shuryan smiled, looking at Fei Lon and Leona. "I'm about to break to second sky of ethereal god realm." Fei Lon smiled and then turned to Leona. "She has generated the ethereal extent. The effects of the 1,000-fold lotus are really amazing. Each 1,000-fold lotus is worth the price of 8 million divine crystals." Leona nodded quietly. Her savage and stubborn face showed her genuine happiness. In Agate Star area, the The thousand-fold lotus was an original incipient grade material that could nurture the soul the best. Even incipient God realm experts could use it to refine their soul. At the same time, it was the precious material to refine many unique soul-class pellets and medicines. It was the rarest and precious item in the market, indeed. 3 of the thousand-fold lotuses were absorbed. The 3 experts who had a relationship with Shi Yin all had their souls strengthened greatly. Their realms had improved on a large scale. Of course, all of them were happy. Shi Yin nodded and smiled. All of you have enlarged your sea of consciousness and strengthened your soul. You didn't waste the thousand-fold lotus. I hope we will all advance during this trip to Shadow Ghostly Prison. I hope we can soon reach the realms we have always yearned for. The 3 of them smiled. Perhaps because their realms improved, Leona and Phelan had gradually calmed down, even though were worried for her father and her man. They were filled with hope for this trip. Fu Wei was here. She wanted to see you, but you were still cultivating, so we stopped her. Ka Tua said with an ambiguous smile. Senior, this woman is good. She is into you. She was really polite when she came here. She treated us well. She even asked if we needed pellets for our cultivation. Do you have something with her? Sure. Yen recalled the beautiful experience that happened in Fu Wei's room previously. He was a little bit touched, but his face showed no particular emotion. You think too much. That woman just wants to cooperate with us more in the future. She's a real businesswoman. She will only choose the partner she thinks is worth her cooperation. That woman isn't simple, frowned Phelan. I can't even see her real realm. She has a high position in Potion and Tool Pavilion and is also the youngest elder. I heard Potion and Tool Pavilion has only 12 elders. Sure, Yen nodded quietly. He spoke to Fu Wei. He knew Fu Wei's sad stories, and he knew Fu Wei wanted to destroy Potion and Tool Pavilion. If he disclosed her idea, Fu Wei would be crossed out of Potion and Tool Pavilion. She would suffer, and it would be a disaster. This woman had used the peculiar wine to take information from him, but she also told him her deepest secrets. In some aspect, Shi Yin now kept her biggest secret. If he wanted to harm her, he could make Potion and Tool Pavilion expel her in any minute. I'm going to see her then. Pondering for a while, Shi Yin stood up and left the cultivating room. His cultivating room was inside the battleship. He could reach other places through the stone corridors. However, when he got out of his room this time, he saw a guard of Potion and Tool Pavilion standing at an intersection not far from them. Seeing him come, the guard asked with respect, Do you need anything, sir? I want to meet your young elder. Please wait for a moment. I'm going to notify them. Okay. That guard left immediately. He flashed like an electric beam between the intersections. Shortly after, he returned and bowed. Young elder invites you. Sure, Yen nodded, following him. The guard didn't lead him to Fu Wei's private room, but instead to the center of the battleship, where they controlled the magical barriers and restrictions that protected the battleship. The green stone ceiling above his head had a vast star map with locations connected to each other by brilliant light beams. It looked like an utmost complicated spiderweb. Sure, Yen lifted his head to read the map. He recognized that it was the layout of Agate Star area. It was something that every battleship should have for long-distance journeys in the Sea of Stars. The control center of the battleship had layers of glowing imprints of barriers and restrictions. They looked like human fingerprints carved on the stone walls, which were controlled by the soul consciousness. Of course, understanding the barriers and having an approval of them by the battleship were necessary to control it. Sure, Yen was just an outsider. Although he knew what those imprints represented, he couldn't control them. Fu Wei sat neatly on a crystal lotus throne in the center of the room. Her long blue dress spread like flower petals, covering her sexy body. She looked like a blooming blue flower. Glancing at Shi Yen, she thinned her lips, waving her hand gently. Dismiss. The guard who took Shi Yan to this place quietly left, closing the stone behind him. Fu Wei stooped. Blue flames flew out of her palms. An exquisite, small jade cauldron was bouncing in her soft palm. It sent a pleasant fragrance to the air that seeped into people's souls. She was concentrating on refining something. Shi Yan chuckled. He stayed aside, not bothering her. He watched her performance with interest. Fu Wei suddenly felt her heart become a mess under his gaze. Her calm mind suddenly had many unclear thoughts. She was fluttered. She made a mistake while carving the imprint. Boom! A clear sound echoed. It seemed like something in her cauldron had exploded. Fu Wei was confused, her beautiful brows knitting together. She sighed weakly and reluctantly said, "Failed." Shi Yan just smiled, giving no comment. Fu Wei put her jade cauldron aside, looking at Shi Yan. She was still elegant and calm as usual. "These books are for you. They can help your space power Upanishad." New books flew and floated like leaves. They moved, swaying in front of Shi Yan. He picked up one of them and glanced at it. Shi Yan was astounded. "Books of space power Upanishad? Didn't you say that Potion and Tool Pavilion wouldn't sell these books, and only members of Potion and Tool Pavilion with some merits could read them?" While talking, he grabbed the books, skimming through them. He became more astonished. They were all instructions and lectures about space power Upanishad with different branches of the power and their abilities. Although the books didn't say it clearly, Shi Yan knew it would be of help to his cultivation. Space power Upanishad was rare and peculiar. No source of power Upanishad inheritance could have it, and there was almost no book about it. Although Potion and Tool Pavilion was the strongest and wealthiest force in Agate Star area, it had only some writings of warriors who cultivated space power. To other warriors cultivating the same power, these writings were priceless. "Those are the copies I asked my staff to replicate." Fu Wei explained simply, "You helped us greatly this time. This is how I will repay you. We should do that. Besides, I've talked to Uncle Duo myself. He will send a battleship to Demon Blood Star to deliver a group of cultivating materials of around 50 million divine crystals to your fellows." 50 million divine crystals? Shi Yan gawked, his jaws dropping. "You're not kidding, right?" "No joke." Fu Wei smiled, seeing him startled. "With the copies of books of space power Upanishad I gave you, the total value is more than 100 million. This is to pay tribute to you for the canon." Shi Yan shivered as he was thrilled. After a while, he looked at her solemnly. He asked gingerly, "Hey, Miss Fu Wei, you like me, do you?" Chapter 994. The Potion and Tool Pavilion's Crisis. Chapter 994. The Potion and Tool Pavilion's Crisis. Bull. Fu Wei rolled her eyes, burst out laughing. "You. Haha. Turns out you do babble. I always thought that you were kinda serious all the time." Looking at the arrangement of the control center of the battleship and those explicable marks, Shi Yan smiled and then said, "I didn't think that the crap book was worth 100 million divine crystals. I earned a fortune this time." He smiled, speaking about the 3 things they found in that mysterious ancient city. The giant tribe kept the lumber of the life ancient tree of the Wood Clan and the evil dragon skull. They thought that those 2 items were priceless to them. They didn't consider that the unknown book would be valuable. Turns out it was the most precious one. Your vision was much better than the giant tribe. Listening to him, Fu Wei also smiled. The canon is crucial. If you thought 100 million divine crystals wasn't enough, we would have bought it even if you asked for 1 billion divine crystals. Of course, if you dared to ask for 1 billion divine crystals, I think some people in the pavilion would find another way around. Last time, they had drunk the passion liquor. They had opened their hearts to each other with a little romance scene that followed. While they didn't recognize it, the distance between them shortened. Fu Wei didn't feel it difficult to tell Shi Yan the dark business of potion and tool pavilion. She had considered him someone she could reveal her secrets to. She had told him secrets from the bottom of her heart. Shi Yan was curious about potion and tool pavilion. He tried his best to guide their story, making Fu Wei tell him a lot of secrets of potion and tool pavilion. The 12 elders of the pavilion follow 3 different parties. The internal competitions have never ceased. Fu Wei sighed, hesitating. I always feel like it would be a big change in the pavilion. Someone has started something. They all have close relationships with other star area's forces. Shi Yan's countenance changed. The other star area's forces. Yeah, Shadow Ghostly Prison has many hollow channels that connect to other star areas. Well, most of them do, but they are all shattered and incomplete. Fu Wei thought for a while and then said, however, only the Dark Shadow clan knows those space channel clearly. Great Elder of our organization has a close relationship with Dark Shadow clan. They have some connection. I used to worry that they would do business with forces in another star area. Maybe they could harm the welfare of Agate Star area. Shi Yan frowned and stood up earnestly. Why are you telling me all these things? Potion and tool pavilion in Agate Star area was extremely mysterious. They had private contracts and businesses with strong forces and mighty clans all around. Discreetly, they could make a significant impact on Agate Star area. If someone of this organization cooperated with forces from another galaxy to plot something in Agate Star area, the impact would be immeasurable. Because except for you, I don't know who I can talk to and rant about what is in my mind. Sometimes, holding a secret for too long can be a big burden. Fu Wei gently adjusted her tangled hair, draped on her forehead. She said miserably, Last time we drank, you heard many things about me. It happened anyway. Now it's okay if I tell you more. Shi Yan nodded quietly. The 2 of them stayed in the control center of the battleship and spoke about some stuff of potion and tool pavilion. The more stories Fu Wei told him, the more Shi Yan grimaced. Shadow Ghostly Prison was like a key intersection connecting Agate Star area to other galaxies. The mysterious Dark Shadow clan controlled the checkpoint. They moved and operated like ghosts. No one knew what it wanted to do. However, Potion and Tool Pavilion had pieces of evidence prove that Dark Shadow clan has a connection to another star area. The Great Elder's party of Potion and Tool Pavilion still maintained business with Dark Shadow clan. They cooperated closely, and they usually had a private business, which wasn't monitored by the pavilion. Fu Wei guessed that Potion and Tool Pavilion also had some connection to another star area through the Dark Shadow clan. The very first pavilion master had stated clearly when he established the organization that Potion and Tool Pavilion would only operate in Agate Star area. It wasn't allowed to contact any other star area. Also, the organization wouldn't join disputes or conflicts of other clans and forces in Agate Star area. Until this generation, Potion and Tool Pavilion seemed to follow the rules of the founder. However, they discreetly reached out to other forces around Agate Star area. Today, they wanted to break the first rule that the pavilion master had set. Fu Wei and many other people were alerted since they felt that some mechanism has been triggered. They felt a terrible danger was silently covering all of them. Your pavilion master doesn't care at all? Does he know about this? Shi Yan asked after feeling frightened for a while. I'm afraid our current pavilion master can't do anything. Fu Wei sighed, explaining. In each generation, the pavilion master is the most brilliant blacksmith who can refine divine grade or original incipient grade items. But it's unknown why, when their attainment has reached a specific level, they can't break through anymore. When they forge the original incipient grade secret treasures, they often make mistakes. They could break the rules of nature. Our current pavilion master had fallen into bedevilment 300 years ago when he was refining an original incipient grade treasure. His soul altar has collapsed. Until today, he has consumed a considerable amount of materials to save his soul from vanishing. He doesn't have free time to manage the pavilion. The same thing happened with the second and the third pavilion master. They got some excellent achievements, and then when they refined original incipient grade treasures, they would fall into bedevilment, which led to the collapse of their soul altars. Their souls fragmented little by little. The elders came to the same idea that without the canon, we would never see the marvelous, utmost secret of blacksmithing. That was why all the pavilion masters made mistakes. Only the soul of the current pavilion master remains, and it's slowly perishing day after day. Thus, the competition to the master position has become fierce. At the same time, we have a rule saying that the one with the canon can step on the precious throne of the pavilion master. The one who has the canon can understand the most marvelous essence of blacksmithing. That way, he could avoid falling into the same mistake of the previous pavilion masters. Now you know how crucial the canon is to us, right? Sure, Yen nodded slowly. Yeah, it's indeed crucial. That's why you have to let yourself suffer, drinking that kind of wine with me to take information from me. Fu Wei blushed, rolling her eyes at him. She was a bit embarrassed, so she shouted at Shi Yen to hide it. You bastard! Can you not brag about what you've done? I prohibit you from talking about it from now on. Shi Yen was surprised. He burst out laughing. He nodded, indicating he understood. Pausing for a while, he decided to leave. As he got a lot of information, he needed time to digest and plan something all of a sudden. Fu Wei got up. She wanted to see him off. However, as soon as she stood up, her deep and bright blue eyes gazed at a mark on the wall. That mark stayed in a corner, glowing in the fulgent purple light. That light was rippling a lot, as if it had something to report. Fu Wei frowned, pondering. She didn't ask Shi Yen to leave as she extended her beautiful arms, touching the mark. The purple light slowly twisted and projected the hologram of a battleship moving in the dim-lit universe. There were many people running to and fro on the battleship. However, it wasn't clear enough to see. It reacts to battleships around. Fu Wei explained, that battleship isn't far from us. It also goes to Shadow, Ghostly Prison. Anyway, that ship doesn't have a symbol of any force. I don't know which force it belongs. Shi Yen nodded as he understood. The battleship he was standing on and the other battleships that Potion and Tool Pavilion sold weren't similar. This battleship could defend and attack with the best barriers and restrictions. It could even block soul consciousness. It was absolutely the best of the best battleships. They could stay inside the battleship and observe the shape and trajectory of the battleships, moving near them while they couldn't see them. If Fu Wei wanted, she could use the tremendous attack system of this battleship to wreck that battleship and kill the warriors there in just a blink of an eye. This was also one of the formidable abilities of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Sure, Yen didn't bother with that battleship very much. He nodded and left. However, after taking a step, he felt something as the demon blood in his body had a subtle vibe. He halted, frowning as he watched the battleship projected by the purple light. His eyes became strange. Perhaps it was because his clear soul altar had been refined by the soul refining fluid, which had cleaned up all the contaminants, together with life, power, Upanishad, and demon blood. Recently, Shi Yen found that he could sense the location of people who had some relation to him within a specific distance. For example, when he was in the Devil Blood Star, he could know the location of Yang Zhuo and Shi Jian, the ones who had a relation to him. The vibe sent out from his demon blood told him that battleship was carrying someone he knew. If it weren't his friend or a member of his family, the demon blood wouldn't have any vibe. It might be a new ability when the life, power, Upanishad, and demon blood combine together to another level. What's going on? Fu Wei turned and looked at him. Is that battleship important? Shi Yen gave a slight nod. Fu Wei thought for a while and then suggested, then shall we go there and check it out? Initially, She wanted to avoid that battleship. However, seeing Shiryen move, she offered, "All right, it's good if we can see it. That battleship has someone I know." Shiryen thanked her, nodding. Fu Wei released magical light beams from her fingers, which flew towards an unknown mark. She was driving the battleship and changing its route. Shiryen was sensitive enough to feel the energy in the battleship moving fiercer and faster as the ship turned. From his angle, he could see the battleship projected by the purple light get clearer. Figures on the deck slowly became clearer. PFFF. A drop of demon blood exploded. The magical sensing moved together with soul consciousness, reaching afar like an invisible rope towards that battleship. His eyes shrank as he focused on that battleship, which was slowly zoomed in. He followed the subtle sense of the demon blood to search something. After a while, he was shaken. His face was dumbstruck as he couldn't believe what he was seeing. In that place, he saw two silhouettes among the crowd. A slightly boorish old man was hunched, his mouth moving gingerly as if he was explaining something. Standing next to the old man was a glamorous figure. She had a beautifully slender pair of legs. Her small face was delicate and cute. However, she looked so angry as she was shouting at the old man. "Zwasher!" Shiryen hissed. Chapter 995. Xianming and Zwasher. Chapter 995. Xianming and Zwasher _ Leonard was the leader of a small force called Drifting Cloud in southwest of Agate Star area. He was at third sky of Original God Realm, which was just one step away from Ethereal God Realm. Chief of the Drifting Cloud was a second sky of Ethereal God Realm expert, who always operated in southwest of Agate Star area. This force consisted of warriors from everywhere. They provided warriors to Shadow, Ghostly Prison, and transported people to earn divine crystals. Shadow Ghostly Prison was a place of year-round chaos. However, it had many peculiar and precious mineral stars, many of them unowned. Warriors in southwest of Agate Star area would take risks and visit Shadow Ghostly Prison for a better cultivating condition. The danger was also a kind of opportunity. Many had died in Shadow Ghostly Prison. However, some people were lucky enough to collect a lot of cultivating materials. When they got back, they made a little fortune. Leonard usually gathered warriors from everywhere in Southwest region and transported them to Shadow Ghostly Prison using his battleship. That was how he earned divine crystals for Drifting Cloud. He was indeed a little powerful in the organization. His voice mattered somehow. Leonard was standing in a corner of the battleship. His lewd eyes were scanning a long-limbed girl, beaming a cold grin. He had laid his eyes on this girl since she had been on board. He had waited for a chance to flirt with her ever since. However, that innocent girl didn't bat an eye at him. She stood in a corner with that old man. They were talking from time to time, which made Leonard's plan fail. Although he was a little boss of Drifting Cloud, he didn't dare do things wantonly. He decided to use another way to force the girl. Looking at her sexy legs, Leonard gulped. His mind was disordered while his eyes became hotter. Before we got on board, we had submitted 2,000 divine crystals. It should have been enough to transport us to Shadow Ghostly Prison. What do you mean you're asking for more? Xianming grimaced, thundering with red eyes. However, he was anxious as he wasn't strong enough. He knew Leonard was a small boss of Drifting Cloud with third sky of Original God Realm. This man was also famous in the southwest. Xianming had heard the rumors about this pervert before, but he didn't think that Leonard would lay his eyes on Zwasher. Xianming and Zwasher soon came to Agate Star area. They had landed on a mineral star in southwest of Agate Star area. When they were still in Grace Mainland, Xianming was the peak level 9 monster. He was just one step away from being level 10. Xianming's understanding of Grace Mainland was much deeper than the majority of people living there. He had soon found a teleport formation that his ancestors left in Grace Mainland. The energy from that formation was weak. It was just enough to deliver him and Zwashur. Zwashur had the bloodline of his black tortoise holy ancestor. After he had found her, he had tried his best to nourish her. As he knew the energy in Grace Mainland was about to be all drained, he lied to Zwashur and took her to southwest of Agate Star area. After they had arrived in Agate Star area, Xianming finally knew how small he was in this area despite his peak status in Grace Mainland. He knew that the high-grade star area had more intimidating existences. Their lives in Agate Star area weren't pleasurable. They had to struggle a lot. Danger awaited them with each step. He had brought Zwashur to be the miner, the farmer cultivating herbs and more. They had lived gingerly and didn't dare to provoke any strong warriors. Zwashur had made every effort to succeed. Her innate endowment was unparalleled. Soon, she had reached King God Realm. She understood the mysteries of her bloodline and the power Upanishad of the holy beast black tortoise. Xianming felt hopeful. Recently, Xianming accidentally found a piece of his holy ancestor black tortoise in a small shop. He asked, and they told him it was from Shadow, ghostly prison. Xianming was excited. He wanted to take Zwashur to Shadow, ghostly prison to find the body of the black tortoise. They wanted to see if Zwashur could receive the most essence inheritance from Xianming's holy ancestor. It would help Zwashur break through to another realm. Shadow ghostly prison was really far from southwest of Agate Star area. They could encounter a lot of dangers too. Xianming and Zwashur weren't rich. They couldn't afford a battleship or a war chariot. Since it was a long trip ahead, they weren't sure whether they could protect themselves or not. Thus, Xianming came to Drifting Cloud, using his savings to pay 2,000 divine crystals to get on this battleship that was heading to Shadow, ghostly prison in the hope of finding the black tortoise's body there. Xianming hoped that it could complete the inheritance for Zwashur. From the day they got on board, Xianming found Leonard looking at Zwashur with his perverted eyes. As Xianming was a cunningly wise, old monster, he knew what Leonard wanted. He took care of Zwashur, staying quietly in a corner of the battleship. They didn't talk to people much or cause any dispute. Xianming hoped that Leonard would forget him and elegant Zwashur so they could dodge this disaster. It was too bad that Leonard often came to talk to them over and over again, suggesting Zwashur to accompany him. Xianming had tried his best to protect her. Since they were staying with many people, Leonard didn't dare to act rashly because he could shame the Drifting Cloud with his deeds. After several times, he had to step back. However, Leonard decided to move again today. This time, he didn't come with good intentions. He said that the divine crystals Xianming paid them weren't all good. He wanted them to pay again. Xianming understood that Leonard was playing hard. However, Xianming felt a little hopeless as he tried to resist. "We've checked your 2,000 divine crystals carefully. Some of them are of bad quality." Leonard lifted his head, talking coldly. "You guys have to submit 1,000 high-quality divine crystals, or else you will have to leave the ship and take care of yourself." Xianming and Zwashur had spent all of their savings to pay 2,000 divine crystals. They had nothing left. If they left the battleship now, they wouldn't be able to survive in this vast universe without divine crystals to refill their energy. Xianming paled in anger. "When we paid the divine crystals, you guys had them checked at the spot. Why was it a mistake?" "There's a mistake." Leonard gave a faint grin as he relaxing. "You guys pay the divine crystals or get lost. Oh, right. You can also just let this little girl escort me while I drink and chat for a while. Perhaps with proper payment, I will be satisfied and then I will let you stay." "You bastard! I'm not going with you." Zwashur's small face was filled with rage. She put her hands on her waist, telling that pervert off. After so many years, Zwashur was still innocently beautiful. She was like a fresh flower that had just bloomed. Her tight warrior clothing lingered on her white-skinned body. Her legs were long and mesmerizing. Her tight clothes drew the curves of her body. Together with a naive, small face, she made others' hearts beat faster. Leonard guffawed, his eyes like a snake's that wantonly raked through Zwasher's body. He swallowed his saliva. "Little May, why do you need to do that? Drink and enjoy with me. You can save yourself from dying in the galaxy. It's good for you either way. Don't worry. I won't mistreat you. Think about it. Even if I have to die, I won't go with you," Zwasher said through her gritted teeth. This ship didn't transport only Xianming and Zwasher. There were many warriors of unknown origins. Most of them didn't have powerful backgrounds, and they were just a true God Realm, King God Realm, or Original God Realm. However, all of them together weren't enough to deal with Leonard's force. The drifting cloud had rules. Usually, when they transported passengers to Agate Star area, the power of the captain and the guards were more than sufficient to subdue the passengers. It was to prevent the case of passengers trying to take control of the ship. Since they didn't have strong backgrounds, they had to use drifting cloud service to get into Agate Star area. At this moment, all of them combined weren't enough to threaten Leonard. Thus, although they knew what Leonard wanted and that he just wanted to trouble the others, they couldn't stand up and deliver justice. They could only look at Zwasher and Xianming with their sorry faces as they sighed. "Seems like you do want to die." Leonard thundered when Zwasher infuriated him. His face darkened gradually. "I'm giving you guys 2 hours to think about it. When the time's up and you can't give me an answer that satisfies me, I will throw you overboard." Leonard snorted, jumping to the tower atop the battleship. From that height, he coldly looked at people like a god who held their lives in his hands. "Little girl, if they throw you out of the battleship, you won't survive." Someone whispered, giving advice. "If you don't have enough divine crystals, just bear the inconvenience a little while. Being alive is more important than anything else, you know." Yes, compared to life, dignity and purity mean nothing. Relax and survive. Just consider it as something that has bitten you. Someone told her while looking at the tower. He had to lower his voice as he was afraid that Leonard could hear him. "First, we have to survive. We will find the chance to take revenge later," said another person. As they were all miserable, they had a good feeling for Zwasher. No one wanted to see the innocent girl get violated, and they didn't want to see Zwasher and Xianming get kicked off the ship to death. They tried to console Zwasher with the hope that she would have a wider vision. "I would rather die." Zwasher's face was resolute. She took a deep breath, looking at Xianming. "Old man, I'm sorry. I may make you disappointed." Xianming paled indignantly. He looked at Leonard on the tower, clenching his jaws. "We will leave the battleship. As long as we can survive, this man will pay a big price for what he's done today." But he was so bitter and miserable. This universe was endless. He had just the level 10 cultivation base, and Zwasher had just second sky of King God Realm. They didn't have divine crystals to refill their consumed energy if they left the ship. Once they jumped into outer space, they needed the divine crystals immediately. Although they wouldn't meet the space energy storm, they couldn't resist for a long time. If they weren't lucky, they would die shortly after. Xianming suddenly regretted it. He thought that he shouldn't bring Zwasher to this place. If they had still been in Grace Mainland, they would still have had a chance to survive even if the earth and heaven energy there was running out. At most, they would only need to use their energy and become mortal. However, Xianming's face was reluctant and desperate. "We won't wait for him to kick us out. We will leave now." Zwasher gritted her teeth, glaring at Leonard maliciously. She prepared to jump off the battleship. "Who are you?" However, at this moment, surprising screams arose from the other corner of the battleships. Warriors of drifting cloud were crying in fear. Chapter 996. Send them off. Chapter 996. Send them off. After the screams arose, many passengers on the battleship became anxious. They wanted to know what was going on. Usually it was easy to meet other battleships traveling in the galaxy. Unless they encountered enemies, they didn't fight. However, landing on someone else's battleship wasn't okay without permission. Leonard stood on the control tower of the battleship, his face cold and stern. Hearing the noise, he couldn't help but look. After the first glance, he was shaken. He descended from the tower and shouted, "We're from the drifting cloud. Why are you getting on our ship? Don't you know the rules?" More than 10 King God Realm and original God Realm warriors emerged from different areas of the battleship. They stood by Leonard with grimaced faces. Shi Yen, Fei Lon, Leona, and Ka Tuol landed on the deck, walking towards Shir's general direction without batting an eye at anyone else. Seeing Leonard and his guards standing in their way, Shi Yen frowned, but he didn't bother giving them a look. He just kept sauntering forward. One guard of Leonard made a step forward and tried to stop them with a pale face. Ka Tuo's eyes rolled around as he laughed evilly. A flow of chaotic energy twisted, giving him an intimidating suction force, which then drew the guard towards him despite how hard the guard was struggling. "Get lost!" Ka Tuo laughed, releasing his power. His energy rippled like a rolling tide, which sent the guard horizontally several hundred meters away. He was blown from this end of the battleship to the other end. His body had a lot of deep cuts, as if he was whipped with thorny bushes. Leonard changed his countenance, looking at Ka Tuo with fear. He glared at Fei Lon and Leona, his face becoming more solemn. Shi Yen didn't bat an eye. He continued walking towards his target. Warriors of Drifting Cloud and the passengers made way seeing him coming. They were all frightened. What happened? Fighting? Xianming's stooped body straightened, his spirit raising. If Drifting Cloud gets into some trouble, they won't have spare time to mind us. We don't need to jump off the battleship now. Let's see the situation then. Innocent Zwa sure nodded. She quietly looked at the general direction where the noise arose. Shortly after, her clear eyes brightened. Her soft body got stiff. Her succulent lips parted as if she saw something unbelievable. She instinctively gasped for her breath. Zwishur was dumbstruck for seconds. She used both hands to rub her eyes and then shouted, "Shi Yen Ji Ji." Xian Ming's body stiffened. He was shocked and couldn't help but look at the oncoming warriors. His line of sight fixed on that warrior as he was cheered up. Shi Yan's keen eyes scanned the crowd and directly caught the beautifully tall figure. His dark face cracked a warm smile. "It's you, indeed." Zwashur nodded excitedly. Yeah, it's us. Shi Yan Ji. Why are you in Agate Star area? Why are you here? She was so happy that she couldn't find her words. Where are my father and grandfather? Are they all right? How are they in Grace Mainland? Is everything okay? They're all in Agate Star area. Shi Yan sighed and chuckled. While talking, he reached for Zwashur. Xianming looked at Shi Yan deep in the eye. The shock he felt was indescribable. As he met this man in Agate Star area, he didn't know what to say. He knew things this young man had done in the Perpetual Night Forest. Shi Yan had gathered different clans to resist the Ghostmark clan, Corpse clan, and Dark Spirit clan. He wanted to use the force of Monster clan too. Xianming had observed that battle discreetly. He saw the utmost 8 Purgatory City in the Perpetual Night Forest get to its height. They had expelled Ghostmark clan, Corpse clan, and Dark Spirit clan out of Perpetual Night Forest. Shi Yan had protected his people. It has been so long since they last met. Xianming released his soul consciousness to sense the young man. Chaotic moods reflected in his mind that he couldn't calm them down no matter what. I can't figure out his realm. His realm is higher than mine. Xianming was bewildered. His eyes sparkled as his mind was startled. He was startled and he stayed put at his spot. "Who are you?" Leonard's voice arose. He brought the guards of Drifting Cloud gathering by Yen. His voice was gingerly. "With a drifting cloud from the southwest. We don't have any grudge against you guys. Why are you on our battleship?" Seeing him, Zhuo and Xianming were so indignant that they couldn't hide it. Zhuo glared at Leonard maliciously. She didn't know why, but she felt so safe when she saw Yan. However, she didn't know Yan's realm, so she was still worried. She lowered her voice, talking to Yan. "Drifting Cloud is a strong force in the southwest. The leader has second sky of ethereal god realm. Yan Ji, can you take us out of here?" Her voice was uncertain. Zhuo and Xianming had to struggle a lot in Agate Star area. They had walked each step with difficulty and danger. After so many years, they had known many intimidating warriors. In their minds, Drifting Cloud was already a dominant force. Zhuo didn't want Yan to have any dispute with Drifting Cloud. She just wanted to get rid of this battleship. In her view, not being harmed by Drifting Cloud was already a perfect ending. Drifting Cloud. Yan shook his head, never heard of them before. Is it a small and weak force? Zhuo was surprised, jabbering. Very strong. Yan just chuckled. He asked, "You've quarreled with them. What happened?" "Sir, if you have a good relationship with them, I won't calculate their debts anymore. I will let them go to Shadow, ghostly prison with us." Leonard felt tense, and he hurriedly expressed his opinion. "Who made you talk?" "Shut up." Ka Tuo glowered at him, snorting with a ferocious aura. A murderous aura rose from his body. Leonard paled. His lips trembled, but he didn't talk. Zhuo and Xianming were surprised. Looking at Yan, they thought that they were dreaming. During this trip, Leonard was the wanton little boss here. No one dared to quarrel with him on this ship or even talk loudly. Leonard was the master of this battleship. He could even control people's lives. He could make up anything to trouble the passengers. However, he shut his mouth in front of that brutal man. What was going on? Zhuo had so many questions in her mind. She looked at Ka Tuo anxiously. They troubled us on purpose. They want Zhuo to escort him. Xianming contemplated and then explained their situation. The more he talked, the darker and colder his face became. He has just told us that he would throw us off the battleship if we didn't let Zhuo serve him. While Xianming was talking, Yan's dark face raked through Leonard. Under his gaze, Leonard was anxiously restless. He felt that something terrible would happen shortly. Leonard took a deep breath, giving him more guts. He said coldly, "I'm a member of Drifting Cloud." "Told you I don't know names of small forces." Yan waved his hand, talking. "All right, that's it. Send them off." Leonard and the other warriors of Drifting Cloud were baffled. The other passengers were shocked. They couldn't react to what Yan said. They didn't know what he meant. However, in the next moment, they knew what he meant. The painful, mournful screeching echoed in this quiet battleship. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo seemed to turn into demons. With dark and harsh countenances, they moved between the warriors of Drifting Cloud like lightning. Drifting Cloud's warriors screamed in fear, trying to run for their lives as if they were encountering spooky ghosts. Blood splashed. People were ripped apart. Their soul altars were burned down. They perished, leaving nothing behind. Leonard, the small boss of Drifting Cloud who had swaggered wantonly during this trip, was in the hand of an old woman. She placed one of her hands on his head. Leonard's god body rotted at a speed that naked eyes could observe, like someone had dipped him into the dense acid substance. Shortly after, he turned into a blood puddle on the ground. They could even see the terrible footage of Leonard's skull melting down bit by bit. It was so nauseating that they almost vomited. The woman, who looked like a wailing ghost, was like a messenger of death. She pulled the drifting clouds warrior into absolute darkness. People could only hear the warriors begging in the dark. Gradually, the noise faded. The brutal man laughed fiendishly. He grabbed drifting clouds warriors as if he was picking up small chickens. He just ripped them apart deliberately and brutally. The others couldn't help but shiver. Their legs became soft and couldn't support their bodies anymore. Fei Lon, Leona, and Katua were like hungry wolves moving through a sheep pasture. They had risen the blood shower in this battleship. Warriors of drifting cloud had the symbol of their force on their clothes. They could recognize them at first glance. They ground drifting cloud warriors, killing every one of them in their sight. It seemed like they didn't want to leave any live witness. Xianming and Zhuo Shi were petrified, standing by Shi Yan. They looked at the bloody massacre on the battleship, watching the muscular drifting cloud warriors being killed like they were tiny ants being smashed. The two of them were panic-stricken. Are they the powerful King God Realm and original God Realm guards of drifting cloud? The two of them were terrified. Shortly after, around 100 warriors of drifting cloud in this battleship were slaughtered. There were now bones or blood puddles on the ground here and there. Shi Yan squinted. He felt a little joy as he absorbed the essence, qi, from the dead. He smiled relaxedly. Xianming and Zhuo Shi were still sinking in their terrible fright. They couldn't react. Tua laughed, walking towards them. He had killed a lot, and he was stirred up now. His fierce eyes raked through the group of passengers who shivered as if they had fallen into an ice chamber. They didn't dare to move an inch of their bodies. Senior, do you want to clear them all? Those people can benefit us a bit, anyway. Tua lowered his voice and suggested. Tua liked killing. As he knew Shi Yan's marvelous absorption ability, he had another thought. He wanted to kill all the low-realm warriors on this battleship to advance his power. Fei Lon and Leona also looked at Shi Yan with asking eyes. Tua had muttered, so others people besides SK, Zhuo Shi, and Xianming couldn't hear him. However, as the others saw his malicious eyes, none of them felt well. Shi Yan frowned, looking at the shivering warriors of different races. He said faintly, "Kill them all." Shi Yan nodded continually. Another ferocious aura was shot out. Zhuo Shi paled. She couldn't help but shout, "Shi Yan, Gigi, don't. Don't kill them. They didn't bully me. I'm begging you. Don't let them kill more." Zhuo Shi's screeching made the other passengers so frightened. People screamed and cried pathetically. Shi Yan frowned, pondering for a while. He waved his hand. "All right, let's go." Tua was disappointed. He sighed, speaking to Fei Lon and Leona. "Oh, that's too bad." Fei Lon and Leona were indifferent. "Zhuo Shi, Xianming, come with me." Shi Yan nodded to the other two and brought them flying out of the battleship, moving to a dark area of the galaxy. Chapter 997. Inexplicable Shock. Chapter 997. Inexplicable Shock, _ Xianming and Zhuo Shi followed Shi Yan flying in the dark universe. Xianming looked at the refined body in front of him, his eyes complicated. He had a regret that he couldn't hide in his face. He had always remembered this young man. He was the most outstanding talent of human clan in Grace Mainland. He used to raise a storm, cooperating with Monster Clan in Perpetual Night Forest to resist other clans. He won in the end. At that moment, this young man had only true God Realm cultivation base. During the Great War that happened in Perpetual Night Forest, Yanlong and the Monster Clansmen had asked Xianming if he wanted to join this operation. However, Xianming had always cared for Zhuo Shi. He wanted to deny it, but he couldn't shake Zhuo Shi's persistent will. In the end, he allowed the Monster Clan to join the epic battle. In that year, Xianming was the peak warrior of Grace Mainland, the leader of the Monster Clan in Perpetual Night Forest. He was the decision-maker of his clan. In that year, this young man had shown his talent and lead his team to victory. He had helped his people settle in perpetual night forest. In that year, this young man wasn't bad in Xianming's eyes, but he wasn't bad. Xianming didn't put him in his mind. He helped him because of Zhuo. Times flew. Things change. Meeting up today in Agate Star area, this young man had the realm and powers that he couldn't see through. He also has 3 bloodthirsty warriors accompanying him. They smashed Drifting Cloud's warriors, the ones that Xianming couldn't even have the thought of resisting against. The young man's team had crushed them all. It hasn't been 100 years yet, and this man in Agate Star area has reached such high level. Xianming had an inexplicable shock. Looking at the young man in front of him, Xianming felt like he had made a wrong presumption that year. A big mistake indeed. The young man had surpassed him and was heading to the marvelous heights that he could never imagine. Not only did he settle down in Agate Star area, he also seemed to have a better life here. Xianming felt bitter. He sighed reluctantly. He knew some people were born to be fighters. Such types of people were never able to be predicted. Shi Yanjiji, you killed Leonard of Drifting Cloud. Aren't you afraid? Zhuo asked as she was frightened. After that shocking scene, she had immeasurable respect toward Shi Yan. Her voice wasn't as smooth as it used to be. In her mind, Drifting Cloud was an intimidatingly powerful force with many warriors and a second sky of ethereal god realm warrior. They were famous in the southwest. She thought that they were a force that she could never resist. However, Shi Yan's warriors were like brutal gods that had slaughtered the others. Zhuo was happy at that moment, but now she somehow felt anxiously insecure. She was afraid that Shi Yan had provoked great trouble and that the Drifting Cloud would chase after him to kill him. It's okay. Let alone Leonard. If the master of Drifting Cloud were on the ship, he would be killed too. Shi Yan snickered, his aura surging torrentially. Almost 100 warriors were massacred. Most of them were at King God Realm and Original God Realm. While their essence chi was being filtered through his acupuncture points, Shi Yan had a premonition. After he had digested this energy, he would inevitably break to another level and easily reach third sky of Original God Realm. His realm was secure and strengthened. Now he just needed sufficient energy to break through. The previous slaughter was enough for him to transform his energy. Are you sure? Everything will be all right? Zhuo asked carefully. Shi Yan smiled, shaking his head and talking firmly. Don't worry. From now on, you don't need to struggle to survive anymore. Zhuo's eyes brightened. She clenched her small fists. Her innocent face now had a new, different, lively aura. Xianming was suddenly baffled. He looked ahead of them, and his face changed as he couldn't help but shout, "Battleship! It's so huge!" Zhuo saw that and screamed in astonishment, "What an amazing battleship!" In front of them was the anchored battleship of Potion and Tool Pavilion. It was several thousand meters long and hovered like a dormant, ancient beast. In this dark space, it gave people an imposing feeling. Drifting Cloud's battleship was just a toy compared to this one. It was 10 times smaller. Although Zhuo, Shi, and Xianming weren't experts in this field, they knew that the battleship in front of them was of the top quality battleships in Agate Star area. Drifting Cloud's battleship was nothing compared to this one. Of course, their values were much different. Xianming was anxious, watching here and there. He looked at Shi Yan's team, who was quite calm. He suddenly understood and asked, "What's that battleship doing here?" "Waiting for us," Shi Yan chuckled. Xianming and Zhuo were so surprised. They looked at that battleship with fear, their eyes so strange. Fu Wei of Potion and Tool Pavilion was wearing a long blue dress, standing on the deck of the battleship. She looked like an elegant and gorgeous blue flower. She beamed a smile, waving at them and urging, "Hurry up!" Xianming and Zhuo Shi looked at Fu Wei of Potion and Tool Pavilion and the flag on the ship. They suddenly recalled the force that they had heard in their legends. Potion, and Tool Pavilion. Are they people of Potion and Tool Pavilion? Xianming's voice trembled worriedly. Potion and Tool Pavilion was really famous in Agate Star area. Its name was even more well-known than intimidating forces everywhere. It was the most mysterious and unpredictable force. Compared to Potion and Tool Pavilion, Drifting Cloud wasn't worth holding its shoes or having its voice matter. Basically, they weren't on the same level. Xianming knew that the strong forces in the southwest considered doing business with Potion and Tool Pavilion for their glory. The southwest was a remote area anyway. Every time the battleship of Potion and Tool Pavilion arrived, masters of the strongest forces there would sway through the crowd in order to get approval from Potion and Tool Pavilion. In Xianming's heart, Potion and Tool Pavilion was one of the most influential forces in Agate Star area. It was a force that they could only look at and not be able to touch. This organization was the most terrifying existence in legend they had never seen before. However, the battleship of Potion and Tool Pavilion anchored here to wait for Shi Yan's team today. What kind of level has he reached? Xianming didn't dare to imagine further. While Xianming and Zhuo Shi were perplexed, layers of barriers of the battleship opened, making a channel for them to land. At the moment they landed on the deck of the ship, layers of barriers closed again. The aura of this battleship disappeared as if it had vanished in this universe from this moment. Zhuo Shi and Xianming became more frightened. Now they understood how mighty Potion and Tool Pavilion was. Shi Yanjiji, are you a member of Potion and Tool Pavilion? Zhuo Shi stammered. She became helpless with her limbs. No, he isn't. Fu Wei smiled gently. Our Potion and Tool Pavilion doesn't have such a fortune. He's arrogant. He doesn't like us. Fu Wei still kept it in her mind. Shi Yan had denied her offer, making her feel lost. She knew Shi Yan had a close relationship with Monster Clan and Demon Clan. He would never join Potion and Tool Pavilion. She was disappointed with this. That was why she teased them. Xianming and Zhuo Shi were bewildered. Looking at Shi Yan at this moment, they found the man to be more mysterious. This is the youngest elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion, Fu Wei. Shi Yan smiled and introduced. This is my little sister, an old friend. I hope Miss Fu Wei will take care of her well. I'm going to cultivate for a while. Please help me with this. Don't worry, leave it to me. Fu Wei smiled and said. Shi Yan nodded to Zhuo Shi and Xianming, who were still baffled. You guys stay here. Don't worry about anything. After I'm done with my cultivation, I'm going to find you. We'll talk. Oh. Zhuo Shi and Xianming nodded instinctively, though they were filled with shock. Potion and Tool Pavilion had only 12 elders. Each of them held powers. They were all legendary existences in Agate Star area. Xianming and Zhuo Shi knew this well. The gentle girl in front of them was one of the elders of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Also, rumors said that she was the youngest one with the best innate talents. That young elder had treated Shi Yan very well and was very friendly. What kind of position did he have in this Agate Star area? Xianming felt lost and down. Comparing his helter-skelter situation to Shi Yan's, a bitter feeling flooded his heart that he couldn't drive it away. Shi Yan and Fei Lan's group left immediately, heading into the battleship. Fu Wei smiled tenderly. She came and held Zhuo Shi's hand. What a cute little sister. Come with me. I'm going to give you something nice. She nodded to Yun, asking, Treat this venerable gentleman well. Xianming was surprised and kept saying thanks. Oh, please, don't be so polite. Xianming felt like a dream staying in this huge battleship guarded by the Elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion. He felt as if he was walking on thin ice. He couldn't adapt to this environment, just like an old countryman entering a royal palace. No matter what he tried, he felt so uncomfortable. "Sir, come with me. I'm going to show you your place and the cultivating room." And Yun bent her body slightly, although she disdained him. For what Shi Yan had supported her party, she appreciated him much. He had given her weak party a chance to overturn everything. As they had to give Shi Yan's face, she was hospitable to Xianming. With a faint smile, she led Xianming to the battleship. Fu Wei directly took Zhuo Shi to her private room. She smiled and then asked, "Are you close to Shi Yan?" "Oh, yes. We were born in the same city. I've known him since I was a little girl." Zhuo Shi also felt the pressure. She admired and respected this tender woman. "Does he live well in Agate Star area?" "Him? Of course he's good. The chiefs of Monster Clan and Demon Clan favor him. He doesn't have anything to be afraid of in this star area. He will be the new star of Agate Star area." Fu Wei smiled. "Tell me something about him. I'm curious." He was also powerful in our place. He has always been powerful." Zhuo Shi was anxious, telling the other Shi Yan stories. Zhuo Shi was naive. She didn't know that Fu Wei just wanted to pry her. She was tense. However, Fu Wei tried to guide her and help her relax. She started to talk, and she couldn't stop. Her voice was like the bird singing. When she came to the fun facts, she laughed and giggled cheerfully. Fu Wei listened to her attentively. Sometimes she would say something to make the atmosphere better. She made Zhuo Shi feel more relaxed. Fu Wei didn't know Shi Yan's real identity. Potion and Tool Pavilion didn't have any record about him, either. As she finally had a chance, she knew how to seize it. She hated that she couldn't ask to identify at least 18 generations of his family. As Zhuo Shi was telling her his stories, Fu Wei became more interested. She smiled like warm sunlight. Her maiden heart sent out vibes. Chapter 998. The Third Sky of Original God Realm. Chapter 998. The Third Sky of Original God Realm. Inside the battleship. Shi Yan's acupuncture points in his body sparkled like diamonds. Bright beams of light were emitted dazzlingly. His aura was sharp like a sword while he was sitting cross-legged. Fei Lan Leona and Ka Tuo surrounded him in a triangle formation. They looked at him, yearning. Time flew quickly. Energy fluctuations on Shi Yan's body surged fiercely. Pure energy overflowed from his acupuncture points, seeping towards his bones and essence, Qi ancient tree. His energy surged unceasingly, making his aura more intimidating. After a while, Shi Yan's aura gradually calmed down. The light from his acupuncture points dimmed and vanished. Sitting quietly for a while, he opened his eyes, chuckling. "You guys don't have a chance to gather more energy this time." Fei Lan and the other two were bewildered and then nodded silently. Shi Yan got up, stretching his body. Joints in his body moved, producing clear and pleasant sounds like pearls colliding. Third Sky of Original God Realm. Shi Yan smiled. This time, his breakthrough was as smooth as a stream joining the river. His essence, Qi ancient tree grew, and his sea of consciousness extended. Everything went smooth and logically. He reached the new realm easily, which was the magical result of achieving the realm earlier. However, the deaths of 100 warriors of Drifting Cloud were just enough for Shi Yan to break through to Third Sky of Original God Realm. He didn't refine extra energy to send to Fei Lan and the other two. Most of the dead warriors were at King God Realm, and some of them were at Original God Realm. Since their realms weren't high, the energy refined was limited. He got just enough to reach the new level. "Senior, it's good that you can break through. We aren't hurried." When we get to Shadow, ghostly prison, we will have a lot of chances. Katua forced a smile. Fei Lan and Leona nodded. Shi Yan smiled and didn't say more. He got out of the cultivating room, telling the guard standing by his door that he wanted to meet Fu Wei. The guard led his way. Shortly after, Shi Yan arrived in Fu Wei's private room. The blue arch ceiling of this room was filled with pieces of gemstones, which was a resemblance to the starry sky. It illuminated the room with tender light, giving it an elegant and warm atmosphere. Zhuo Shi closed her eyes, her hands holding a lot of divine crystals. She was absorbing the energy of the divine crystals and the medical efficacy of the marvelous pellets she had eaten. Her face was calm like the water as her god domain appeared automatically. Water waves rippled around her like the deep sea. The black tortoise was the holy beast of water element. As Zhuo Shi got the inheritance from its bloodline, she knew water power Upanishad. Her god domain looked like a vast torrential sea. It appeared quietly like the nature of water. Her aura was also immense and tender, making people relax. Zhuo Shi was cultivating in silence. Fu Wei was wearing a long blue dress, which exposed her white shoulder. She was drinking and watching Zhuo Shi with glistening eyes. She couldn't hide her surprise, indeed. She had given Zhuo Shi a lot of precious pellets and let her cultivate here. After the girl had swallowed the pellets, their medicinal efficacy quickly expanded. Instantaneously, Zhuo Shi's realm started to change subtly. Under the Fu Wei's gaze, Zhuo Shi began to comprehend water power Upanishad in a more profound level. She was breaking through to the new realm very fast. Fu Wei was surprised a lot. She observed carefully. She found that Zhuo Shi's realm was increasing steadily. The pellets she had taken were refining her body, merging with her flesh and bones. Zhuo Shi's bloodline seemed to have the essence of water. It gave her a marvelous feeling, allowing her to increase her realm unlimitedly. This discovery shocked Fu Wei. Her face became complex. "Oh, you arrived!" Fu Wei pulled herself together, smiling gently. She waved her hand at him, asking him to come closer. She muttered, "This little girl is a prodigy. She seems to not encounter any bottleneck. She is about to break through shortly. She has almost reached third sky of King God realm. I don't know how she could comprehend her realm so easily, like it's just a piece of cake to her. I have never seen anybody increase the realm that fast." Shi Yan focused on Zhuo Shi and nodded inwardly. He explained instinctively, "She's the unique prodigy." When they were still in the Sky Meteor City, Zhuo Shi had already been famous for her gifted talents. This lazy little girl hadn't put an effort in her cultivation, but she still reached high realm. Qi Xiao had accepted her as an apprentice to nurture her talents. This little girl could comprehend her realm stunningly fast. A little bit of her effort could be as much as a long time of cultivation to other people. Once she became serious in her cultivation, her progress could be extremely fast. When Zhuo Shi encountered Xianming, the old man knew Zhuo Shi had the bloodline of the holy beast black tortoise. With her unique talent, her future would be unlimited if she focused on her cultivation. In Agate Star area, she had reached second sky of King God realm under a difficult cultivating condition, which showed how tremendously she was gifted. With Fu Wei's pellets, she was boosted. Her performance could shock even Fu Wei, who had seen a lot of things. It was enough to prove that Zhuo Shi was unquestionably a genius that this world had never seen. "Well, this little girl told me many things about you." Fu Wei's eyes were twinkling. She smiled. "I didn't know you were so famous in Grace Mainland. On that almost abandoned life star, you reached peak of true God realm in dozens of years. How did you do that?" What Zhuo Shi had told Fu Wei about Shi Yan had surprised her a lot. If she didn't know that Zhuo Shi was naive, she would have thought that the girl was telling lies. Within dozens of years in a nearly exhausted life star, a warrior had reached peak of true god realm from nothing. In Fu Wei's point of view, such a man was a monster indeed. Fu Wei suddenly recognized that it wasn't his good fortune that Shi Yan got the approval from the leaders of Monster Clan and Demon Clan. He had something she didn't know yet. I heard you're amorous. Fu Wei smiled, talking softly. Light rippled from her eyes. Nah, don't listen to her. Shi Yan rubbed his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. He suddenly remembered the woman in the faraway shadow, ghostly prison. After so many years, he didn't know how she was doing. He also expected an encounter. Among so many young beauties, she was the first one who had touched his heart. In that martial yard in the Sky Meteor City where time was paused, he had a deep imprint, which stayed forever in his heart. After dozens of years, he didn't know if she was still like she used to be. A dark place shielded by the stars, Agate Star area. 6 life stars formed a hexagonal formation. However, those 6 stars weren't still. They moved like 6 gigantic beasts, slowly heading in a general direction. One of those life stars had hundreds of herbal fields where dozens of thousands of types of herbs grew. The thick, sweet fragrance of the herbs furled around the place. Mist and steam gathered here year-round and never dispersed. 10 massive cauldrons used to refine pellets stood amid the fields. Those cauldrons were made of different, strange metallic materials. The smoke from those cauldrons was so aromatic that they could even seep into people's internal organs. Taking a deep breath here, the warriors would feel refreshed and comfortable. A lanky ghost mark old man had exquisite drawings and patterns on his arms and face. He wore luxurious clothes and was standing by the cauldrons. Behind him were more than 10 warriors at third sky of ethereal god realm. They seemed to be the retinue of that ghost mark oldie who was checking the cauldrons. The old man walked between the cauldrons. Sometimes he nodded, smiling as if he was satisfied. Suddenly, a shadow descended from the sky, kneeling and talking respectfully. Great Elder. Zhuelu frowned. He had an aquiline nose, the thin lips of a heartless man, and deep eyes. He looked malignant and cunning in general. He waved his hand to let the others stand up, speaking in a gloomy voice. Got anything? They seemed to have found the cannon. The messenger was also a ghost mark warrior at third sky of ethereal god realm who had a little hoarse voice. The great elder of the potion and tool pavilion, Zhuelu's eyes brightened up. He laughed evilly. Good. Pausing for a while, he took a deep breath and spoke excitedly. Assign our men. We must blockade and seize the cannon at any cost. About little Fu Wei. I don't want to see her again. Yes, sir. The messenger drew his mouth into a fiendishly malicious curve and nodded. Clear everything. Do not leave any trace that would allow others to track us, advised Zhuelu. I understand. The warrior replied and then flew up to the sky. Shortly after, he disappeared. Many orders were delivered in Potion and Tool Pavilion. They had contacted powerful forces that had a good relationship with them. Many forces in Agate Star area had sent their battleships discreetly. The cannon appears. Mwahaha. Except for me, no one eligible is to have it. Zhuelu clasped his hands, looking at the sky and speaking arrogantly. The control center of the massive battleship. While Fu Wei was talking to Shi Yan, her countenance changed. She rose a bright mirror over her head and then nodded to Shi Yan. Give me a private moment, please. Shi Yan left the room, his face indifferent. Fu Wei walked to a secret room behind her chamber. The bright mirror followed her like a ghost. After closing the door, Fu Wei took a deep breath and released an electric beam from her palm. The mirror projected Jia Duo's image, the warrior with space power of Potion and Tool Pavilion. He looked pale as he was shouting. Our information is disclosed. Zhuelu knows you have the cannon. He's going to shadow ghostly prison now. You have to be cautious. Try to protect yourself at any cost. I'm departing. We'll use the space teleport formation to reach you. Before I arrive, you must hold onto the cannon. Do not let them seize it." Fu Wei grimaced. Her blue eyes color faded. She screamed in fright. How did it happen? Jia Lu has eyes and ears everywhere. His inside men scatter to every corner. He also controls the satellite eye. It's not strange that he got the news. Jia Duo sighed reluctantly. Great Elder has been in the pavilion for so many years. The forces they control aren't something we can rival. I knew that the information would be disclosed soon. You must be careful. Zhuelu will do anything to get the cannon. I'm not sure if you can beat him. I'm going to shadow ghostly prison faster, said Fu Wei solemnly. Yeah, enter the shadow ghostly prison at your maximum speed. If you see a battleship on the way, avoid it as much as you can. Jia Duo advised her carefully. Do not cause any trouble. Do not conflict with any force. Once you find that some force is after you, use all your force to slaughter them if you can't dodge. Do not show mercy. I know what to do, Fu Wei nodded earnestly. Try your best to resist. We'll arrive soon. But before we arrive, you have to protect yourself. Understood? Chapter 999. Crisis Opportunity. Chapter 999. Crisis Opportunity. In the immensely vast galaxy, a battleship was moving at breakneck speed, like lightning. In a secret room inside the battleship, Shurien was sitting neatly. There were some new books placed by him. All were related to the abilities of space power. He read each book. Sometimes he shook his head and sighed. Once he determined that a book was useless to him, it was burned down immediately. The books of Space Power Upanishad that Fu Wei had copied for him were from the original handwritten books by the warrior who cultivated Space Power Upanishad in Potion and Tool Pavilion. These books were his personal experiences. However, the owner of those writings didn't have a profound realm because Shurien had already known the secrets he jotted down in his books. Shurien's understanding of Space Power Upanishad was much deeper than most of the information that the writers of these books had. In Shurien's eyes, those records were shallow and useless to him. Shortly after, he had only one copy in his hand. Shurien squinted and read earnestly. From time to time, he read something that he needed to analyze and comprehend. His brows slowly furrowed. The writer of these documents had a unique approach and stress on space nodes. In his explanation, he assumed that space could become a globe with a lot of spider webs, and the intersections of the spider webs were space nodes. Space lines were used to connect different space nodes. Warriors who cultivated Space Power Upanishad could use space nodes to teleport. The space nodes were extremely unstable. Some could even lead to the chaotic space basin. However, most of the space nodes were stable enough that they could use Space Power Upanishad to get through them. There were as many space nodes inside the globe were as blinking stars in the sky. Ordinary people would never know or be able to touch them. Only warriors cultivating Space Power Upanishad at a specific realm could use the souls to recognize the nodes. According to the writer, marvelous space energy fluctuations were inside the space nodes. Once the soul vibe of the warriors cultivating space power resonated with the energy fluctuations in one space node, they could run directly into that space node and instantly teleport. Since Shurien had reached third sky of original God realm, his understanding of Space Power Upanishad in that magnificent, unknown space became deeper. He knew every space had space nodes. However, it was hard to detect them. After reading that document, Shurien recognized that if he could use his soul to touch the space nodes, he could have an exit regardless of where he was. With this thought in his mind, Shurien released his soul consciousness. Wisps of soul consciousness added with space energy, moved like arrows that shot out of a bow. They scattered from him and entered the vast universe to find the space nodes. While he didn't recognize the passing time, his soul became bright and empty. A flow of his soul consciousness suddenly felt some energy, fluctuations of the magical space energy, which were very fierce. His squinted eyes brightened. Taking a deep breath, his soul consciousness moved around, dedicatedly sensing the changes of space energy. Then he adjusted himself and made his calm sea of consciousness seethe violently. He was trying to create the waves to resonate with the energy fluctuations over there. However, the energy in that area was so turbulent, it wasn't easy for his sea of consciousness to create the resonance. This was especially because Shi Yan had just touched the threshold. It was the first time he had ever comprehended this subtlety. Understanding the resonance of energy fluctuations was a slow and lengthy process. Shi Yan wasn't hurried. It was too dull in this battleship. He'd better study his power Upanishad then. Time flew hurriedly. Today, Shi Yan was still immersed in space energy resonance. His sea of consciousness surged as if it was about to explore. All of a sudden, a flow of his soul consciousness, which had elongated to an unknown area, reported to Shi Yan with a panic feeling. Right after that, he saw many shark-like battleships as black as ink moving fast in a direction. A fear reflected in his head. Shi Yan stopped his space energy resonating work to check the wisp of soul consciousness that had reported the black shark battleships. There were dozens of them. They were around 1,000 to 3,000 meters long. It was obvious that they belonged to one force. They were moving in a neat formation. Some dark clouds covered the battleships, preventing people from looking at the interior. Each battleship had a fiercely torrential energy with a ferocious aura. Navigating, Shi Yan shuddered. He immediately retreated his soul consciousness. Staying inside the battleship, Shi Yan's face became more solemn. He shot up from his seat, walking out of his room. Fei Lan and the other two were cultivating in their private rooms, so they didn't know about Shi Yan's commotion or his discovery. "Sir, where do you want to go?" asked a guard standing in front of his door with respect. "I want to meet your elder Fu Wei. Please notify her immediately." Shi Yan was cold and stern. He looked a bit hurried. The guard nodded and told him, "Follow me." Shortly after, Shi Yan walked to the control center of the battleship with his guide. Fu Wei and Yun and Feng and the three leaders of Potion and Tool Pavilion were there. They were discussing something. Seeing him, they stopped immediately. The guard left the room. Shi Yan took a deep breath and then said, "A fleet of battleships is heading fast towards us. They're moving really fast. I estimate that they will reach us in 4 hours. There are dozens of them. They come with murderous auras. Seems like they don't have good intentions toward us." Fu Wei discolored in fright. She jolted from her seat, her soft body shivering. Which direction? What kind of battleships are they? What's the situation? Anyun and Feng and grimaced. They clenched their jaws, their face malicious. "Young elder, it's them," said Anyun. Fu Wei nodded, raising her small hand to stop the woman. Her eyes gazed at Shi Yan. She knew warriors who cultivate space power could reach a very long distance with their soul consciousness. Although it couldn't cover a large area, one fine beam of soul consciousness could reach much further than what the others could reach. Those battleships are black like ink. They look like sharks. There are dozens of them. They have many symbols. Most of them are black and blue. A few are purple. Shi Yan recalled and described what his soul consciousness had seen. Blue and black shark battleships of the Ghost Mark clan. Anyun took a cold breath, her face grim. Those shark battleships are manufactured by the force under Great Elder's party. Great Elder used to be a member of the Ghost Mark clan. Those blue and black shark battleships belong to the Mad Shark fleet of the chief of Ghostmark clan. Yeah, it can't be wrong. They are heading towards us. Fu Wei put on a cold face and nodded. Then, she didn't talk, but started to release magnificent light beams towards the corners of the control center. Boom! Boom! Ear-splitting explosions blasted from the bottom of the battleship, which changed its direction immediately. Energy from countless divine crystals was drawn from this deviation. The battleship moved like lightning from outer space, heading fast in the new direction. After it was done, Fu Wei wiped the sweat on her forehead. She looked a little tired, trying to smile at Shiryen. She said softly, "This time I have to thank you." "What happened?" Shiryen frowned. "The cannon's whereabouts are disclosed." Fu Wei sighed weakly. "Great Elder's party wants to seize the cannon. He has urged the forces to cooperate with him. They will kill us and take the cannon. They don't want our party to keep it." Shiryen was surprised, but he just nodded nonchalantly. "You guys can endure it or not." "Who knows?" Fu Wei whispered in dismay. She pondered for a while and then said to Shiryen, "I thought we could deliver you guys smoothly to Shadow, Ghostly Prison. But now there is an issue. Going with us isn't a good idea for you guys." "Okay, so." Fu Wei looked at Anyun, asking, "Anton, you choose the best war chariot and send them off." Anyun bent her body to greet and left. "Hold on." Shiryen waved his hand to stop them. He asked coldly, "Will you fight against them? If you encounter them, will you do your best to defend and destroy the enemies?" Of course. Fu Wei's eyes were cold. Her brows showed her murderous aura. "They come this time to wipe us out in a single operation. Of course, we will resist with our best efforts. We will not show mercy." Shiryen smiled coldly. "Good. I'll stay to fight with you guys." Fu Wei, Anyun, and Feng were surprised. They looked at him with odd faces. "No, it has nothing to do with you. You just find trouble for yourself staying with us. We're not sure if we can defeat them or not. Why do you need to take risks with us?" Fu Wei's blue eyes rippled strangely. She felt something touching her heart. She said tenderly, "There are many Mad Shark battleships of the Ghostmark clan. I'm not sure if I can deal with them. Do you really want to stand on the same side with us and fight against them?" "Oh yeah," Shiryen grinned. He didn't say more. He turned around and left the control center. He wanted to go to Shadow, Ghostly Prison, even though he knew that the place was madly chaotic. He knew the place where warriors died continually was the best place for him. It was the key for him to transform. This time, it was going to be a rare chance. He didn't want to let it go. Fu Wei and the other two didn't know what he was thinking. After he had left, they looked at each other in astonishment. This man, he does employ the code of brotherhood. Anyun was baffled for a while. It's worth your feelings for him. In danger, he doesn't run away to protect himself. He wants to stay with us. Such a good man. Feng nodded. "I didn't expect him to be that way. I misunderstood him before. I thought he was a type of greedy man. I had never thought that he would help us in a time of danger." Fu Wei thinned her lips. She smiled tenderly and then said, "I didn't expect that either. He chose to stay. Time to feast, guys." Inside the battleship, Shiryen woke up Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua. He grinned. "Previously, we didn't harvest enough energy. This time, I will feed you until you're full." Fei Lan and the others' eyes brightened, their faces expecting a good harvest. Chapter 1000, A Former Pursuer. Chapter 1000, A Former Pursuer, _ The observation platform of a black shark battleship. Du Lin wore blue combat clothes with gold-plated hems. He looked handsome with blue tattoos on his face. The corner of his mouth always held a tender smile. Two enchanting and charming sisters were leaning close to him. They were holding a glass of wine and a tray of fruits, serving him with smiles. Du Lin was the most prominent young talent of the new generation of Ghostmark clan. He had third sky of ethereal god realm cultivation base. This young man was a genius and a potential candidate for the chief position of the Ghostmark clan. He was born in the most influential family of Ghostmark clan, the one with the tough, placid minds. Du Lin managed the Mad Shark fleet, which consisted of 49 battleships. This force was the mightiest force of the Ghostmark clan. Du Lin smiled tenderly, sitting on the stone platform imposingly. The two beauties served him, making him comfortable while he looked at the immense galaxy with his dark, deep eyes. Fu Wei. Du Lin chuckled as his eyes became hot. He extended his arms, hugging the two ladies and enjoying their sexy bodies. Under the stone platform, the Ghostmark clan soldiers were stooping. They didn't dare to look at Du Lin on the high platform. Their faces showed their admiration and respect for their commander. Swoosh! A shadow glided from inside the battle. He kneeled down before Du Lin. Young master, Fu Wei's battleship changed its direction. They now have sped up twice. Mad Shark Fleet was built by Du Lin's family. All the soldiers addressed him as young master. Du Lin's family was the most potent force of the Ghostmark clan. To boost Du Lin and give him the most powerful influence, his family had spent a lot of materials to build him Mad Shark battleships, with the hope that he could set his foot on the glorious chief position of the clan. They changed the route. Du Lin squinted while his big hands were still lingering on the beauty's waist and rear. He thought for a while and then burst out laughing. Seems like she knows we're here. What should we do now? The other kneeled and lifted his head to look at Du Lin. Scatter the mad sharks and circle them. As long as we can beat their speed, they will be surrounded by our frenzy of sharks. Then they will never get out. Du Lin waved his hand, talking indifferently. Although her battleship is a good one, she has only one. She can't resist us. I got it, sir, the man left. Arrogant Fu Wei. Let's see how you deal with me this time. Du Lin enjoyed drinking and playing with the two beautiful sisters. He looked tender when he embraced a girl, whispering to her, "You should belong to me. It's time to put my belle into my gold palace." The two girls smiled servilely and charmingly, hugging him tightly. They wanted to win him over. On the deck of the massive battleship, Fu Wei and Yun stood silently. They were observing their surroundings. Their soul consciousness rippled like water waves. They could sense any commotion around. Warriors of potion and tool pavilions scattered in each corner of the deck. They were all stern, watching everywhere cautiously. The commander of those Mad Shark battleships is Du Lin. And Yun kept silent for a while. Suddenly, she looked at Fu Wei. She spoke with a face strange. Du Lin used to pursue you crazily. Fu Wei set her line of sight to the place afar, frowning. She also had a deep impression of Du Lin. He was the prominent and good-looking talent of the new generation of the Croc family. He had an amazing innate endowment which was proven when he reached peak of ethereal god realm in just a short time. He was so tender and handsome. However, what made him special was that he was crazy about Fu Wei. The Croc family was the oldest and strongest family in the Ghostmark clan. They could compare to the Feng Du family, the family of the current Ghostmark clan's chief. The former head of the Crocs had made a mistake while breaking from ethereal god realm to incipient god realm. He couldn't make any progress. That was why he couldn't beat the Feng Du family to become the next chief of Ghostmark clan. Anyway, a thin camel is still bigger than a horse. The Croc family was still the strongest force of the Ghostmark clan. Du Lin of the current generation was the powerful character of the Crocs. He shouldered the hope of the entire family. Zhua Lu, great elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion, was also one of the crocs of the Ghostmark clan. However, a former precursor of Potion and Tool Pavilion had made him his apprentice and separated him from the Ghostmark clan when he was young. Zhuelu had always been concerned about the Croc family of the Ghostmark clan. After he had known about Dulin, he had discreetly sent his staff to gift him a lot of precious cultivating materials. The fact that Dulin could break through so quickly was closely related to Zhuelu's sufficient support. When Fu Wei's teacher had passed away, Zhuelu tried to recruit her for his team. He had arranged Dulin with Potion and Tool Pavilion and set up plans for him to pursue her. Zhuelu hoped Dulin could marry her, so she could assist Zhuelu previously. Dulin had spent a lot of his efforts to win her heart. However, due to the different parties they had followed, she didn't want to go on the same path as Zhuelu. Eventually, she denied him resolutely. Dulin was a bright gentleman. He always got the girls he wanted in the Ghostmark clan and Agate Star area. However, after Fu Wei had rejected him, he changed. He was depressed for a while. After he got the shadow out of his heart, he became uncontrollable in his personal relationships. Dulin. Fu Wei recalled the man, sighing weakly. Dulin is at third sky of ethereal god realm. He has 49 mad shark battleships. If they scatter and circle us, we won't be able to get rid of that trap, said Yun seriously. Fu Wei contemplated for a while and then ordered, once we find the battleships of the mad shark fleet, we will smash them down if they stand in our way at any cost. Once we attack them, we'll break the rules. Young Elder, are you sure? And Yun was surprised. Dulin is from the same clan as Great Elder. Naturally, he will protect the Great Elder's benefits. We know this, since Great Elder has sent him here. Fu Wei forced a smile. Unless I give them the cannon and marry Dulin, they will never let us go. As we've come to this, we can't return. We must be resolute. And Yun nodded. I understand. Well, inside the cultivating room, Shi Yan listened to Zhuo Shi and Xianming's stories as they had to struggle a lot to survive. Occasionally he sighed. Zhuo Shi and Xianming didn't have his luck. After they had arrived in Agate Star area, they used to work as miners or slaves on herbal farms. For the divine crystals, they had to eat bitter fruits and bear the humiliation. The peak characters in Grace Mainland were just low people in high-grade star areas. Glory and powers in the past weren't worth mentioning here. They had to start everything from the beginning. To many people, this was really cruel. Today, Xianming had reached level 12 in Monsters cultivating ranking. Zhuo Shi had reached peak of King God realm thanks to Fu Wei's pellets. She had surpassed Xianming. It reflected the fact that Zhuo Shi was a real prodigy. Shi Yan Ji, how about you? How have you been? Have you experienced the same things? Did you have to struggle a lot to survive? Zhuo Shi eyed him and asked in a low tone. Xianming also looked at him, his face curious. Me? Shi Yan smiled miserably. Yeah, at first, my situation was even worse than yours. I used to be a human cauldron. If my body hasn't been special, I would have been dead. He remembered the painful past when he had just arrived in Raging Flame Star area. Today, he recalled the utmost bitter moments when he thought about it. If Zi Yao hadn't brought him to Dark Firmament Heaven Nation, the alchemist of Underworld League would have soon killed him. Warriors from the low-grade star area entering the high-grade star area did have old, struggle-filled stories to tell. He wasn't an exception. However, he had survived, even though it was a bit reluctant. He had struggled through Raging Flame Star area like a fish in troubled waters. After he had come to Agate Star area, he also had tough times. Anyway, he still stood firm. You've taken troubles, said Zhuo Shi. Shi Yan smiled at her. Your father and other fellows are living well now. Don't worry about them. They're safe, and they have a secure source of cultivating materials. After we are done with things here, I'll take care of you. You don't need to worry about stuff anymore. I knew you were the best. Zhuoshir's eyes were like the crescent moon. Her smile was innocent and cute. I thought we would never meet again. It's good to see you, Gigi. Fei, Lan, Leona, and Katua sat in 3 different corners of the cultivating room, squinting as if they were half-conscious. The battle will start soon. Shiryen got up, retreating his elongated soul consciousness. He told Zhuoshir and Xianming, "You guys stay here and don't act rashly. You can't join this level of battle. Just stay here and cultivate." "Isn't it a battleship of potion and tool pavilion?" Xianming was perplexed. "Is there any force that dares to attack potion and tool pavilion? There's no absolute in everything." Shiryen chuckled. He didn't explain in details. He nodded to Fei Lan and the other 2 and then headed out of the room. Fei Lan, Leona, and Katua immediately got up and followed him. "Ah, we may encounter them shortly," said Shiryen as soon as he reached the deck. Shiryen saw the guards of potion and tool pavilion watching at their spots cautiously. Fu Wei and Yin and Feng and were stern. Hearing his voice, they turned around to see him. "The enemy's battleships have scattered. They're going to besiege us from all directions. They're weaving a thick mesh net. Unless we can break their net and get rid of their siege, things will get tough since we will be surrounded." Sure, Yen looked ahead of them, slightly narrowing his eyes. 2 battleships are waiting in front of us. We will meet them in 1 hour. We can't avoid them. If we change our route now, we will just head to their net sooner. Fu Wei was still calm, smiling. "You understand the situation well." And Yun and Feng and nodded to greet Shiryen. Since they'd known Shiryen, they decided to stay and fight with them. Their attitude towards him had changed. In their eyes, Shiryen didn't try to protect only himself. He joined others in combat, which showed his excellent code of brotherhood. Of course, they didn't know Shiryen's other conspiracy. "Have you prepared everything well?" said Shiryen calmly. "It's okay. Although Potion and Tool Pavilion doesn't participate in battles in this star area, we aren't afraid of fighting, you know." Fu Wei smiled tenderly. She suddenly straightened her back, chinned up, and spoke bravely. "We will show you how strong we are soon." Shiryan's eyes brightened, and he nodded quietly. He knew that Potion and Tool Pavilion weren't ordinary. However, rumors about the competence and powers of Potion and Tool Pavilion in Agate Star area weren't clear enough. Today, as he got a lucky chance to fight with Fu Wei, perhaps he would have a good chance to see Potion and Tool Pavilion's real power. Chapter 1001, Eat Meat. Chapter 1001, Eat Meat _ Fu Wei, Shiryen, and the others gathered at the control center of the battleship. A bright, big mirror showed the star area around. The walls of this control center had many marks. Each of them had fiercely surging energy. Fu Wei was calmly looking at the bright mirror. Her fingers shot out light beams from time to time. Slowly, a black shark battleship emerged in the mirror. It was right ahead of them, hiding like a shark waiting for its prey. Fu Wei's blue eyes sparkled with a brutal light. A light beam shot out from her palm, hitting a lozenge imprint. The imprint became brilliantly dazzling. Almost 1,000,000 divine crystals at the bottom of the battleship released their turbulently abundant energy at the same time. Blinding light fired from a long pole that looked like a drill bit in the front of the ship. A formidable light grumblingly shot out. The light column moved like a mad dragon, bringing along endless torrential energy. Just like a meteor chasing after the moon, it hit the black shark battleship violently. Boom! The dim galaxy was suddenly illuminated brilliantly. The black shark battleship exploded at the moment of the impact. At that moment, the black shark battleship was fragmented, and the dozens of warriors on the ship died in that crazy flow of energy. Many members of the Ghostmark clan were wounded and bleeding. They evacuated from the shattered battleship. Some of them risked their lives and flew towards the massive battleship. Boom! Countless barriers and restrictions of the big battleship were activated. A massive halo covered the entire battleship. While bombarding the warriors flying around, Fu Wei's gigantic battleships wantonly moved like a huge monster. Shi Yan was dumbstruck, seeing the Black Shark battleship get shot down in just a blink of an eye. He now knew how terrifying the power of Potion and Tool Pavilion's battleship was. That crystal artillery used divine crystals as the source of energy. It absorbed energy from millions of divine crystals to create a light column that blasted and crushed the Black Shark battleship. It was evident that Potion and Tool Pavilion had varied and profound applications of divine crystals. They could use them to load the crystal artillery to break anything. This kind of powerful lethality was enough to crush even a third sky of ethereal god realm expert. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The engine hissed loudly inside the battleship as if the artillery was reloading. The Ghost Mark warriors scattered to everywhere and then risked their lives by attacking the light curtain on the battleship directly. That halo was created by dozens of barriers and restrictions, which provided the ship with a tremendous defensive ability. More than 10 Ghost Mark warriors at King God Realm and Original God Realm urged their powers Upanishad. Fire, ice, storm, and thunderbolts showered on the light curtain, protecting the ship. The light curtain distorted a little, but it wasn't broken. Beautiful sparks were sent into outer space like brilliant fireworks that touched people's souls. Shi Yan flew out quietly from the control center, descending on the deck. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes slightly. His soul consciousness extended like magical tentacles. They found the broken bodies of the Ghost Mark warriors, pulling them near the light curtain of the battleship. After a while, he got more than 10 pieces of broken bodies hovering above the light curtain. The essence chi of these flesh bodies hadn't vanished yet. Flows of murky energy with negative moods from those bodies pierced through the light curtain and flooded Shi Yan's acupuncture points. The vortexes inside his 720 acupuncture points started to revolve. They dragged the essence chi of the dead and refined it. Shi Yan grinned, laughing evilly. His laughter was cruel and yet happy. His acupuncture points were taking in the essence chi of more than 10 dead bodies of the Ghost Mark warriors. This wonderful feeling made him smile. The murderous intention in his heart was heating up. He felt his blood boiling. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua observed the commotion. They followed him, flying out of the control center. They now surrounded him to protect him. They saw that more than 10 broken bodies hovering above the light curtain were dried, as if the water and blood inside were all sucked Oyu. Fei Lan's team was shaken. They had a high expectation this time. They knew this time that they would be able to eat meat. Boom, boom, boom. Shockwaves created by the powers Upanishads of the Ghost Mark warriors continually struck the protective halo like an unceasing thunderstorm. The magical light curtain rippled like water, shielding the battleship from all kinds of attack. In outer space, it sparkled radiantly like a beautiful star, sending sparks everywhere. Kill! From the deck of the battleship, several hundred guards of Potion and Tool Pavilion shouted and flew out. Instantaneously, powers Upanishads including metal, lightning, ice and mist, gusts of wind, sound and light appeared. Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards stayed inside the protective halo and struck their attacks through the halo, aiming at the Ghost Mark warriors outside the halo. Shortly after, 5 or 6 Ghost Mark warriors were shot down. They swayed like willow catkin and fell on the barrier. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. He stooped and smiled, pulling the void. The shattered bodies of the Ghost Mark warriors gathered on the light curtain above Shi Yan's head. Their blood had dyed a large area of the light curtain. The thick scent of blood seemed to diffuse through the curtain, nauseating people. Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards didn't know why Shi Yan wanted to gather the dead bodies. They didn't bother with his commotion anyway and just hid under the protective halo and attacked others. The light curtain of Fu Wei's battleship was made of a combination of different barriers and restrictions. It had a terrific defensive ability. If they wanted to attack this battleship, they had to break this protective halo first. At the same time, Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards were able to stay inside the protected area and attack the others. This kind of protection didn't stop their attacks anyway. Among hundreds of Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards, most of them were at King God Realm and Original God Realm. There were also a few Ethereal God Realm experts. When they had attacked with all their abilities, Power's Upanishads exploded like a thunderstorm in the void. Lightning strikes blasted. Icy snowstorms twirled. They were wreaking havoc above the protective halo, shading the sunbeam and moonlight. Shi Yan and Fei Lan's team hadn't done anything yet. They sat quietly on the deck, watching the magnificent fireworks blooming out there above the light curtain. Looking at the dead ghost mark warriors, they were enjoying the absorption of thick essence qi. They were indeed so happy. Pieces of broken bodies fell on the light curtain above Shi Yan's head. There were around 20 pieces this time. Blood puddled and dripped, creating an area of blood-red light that people could not turn their eyes from. Squinting and pressing down negative moods in his body, Shi Yan's acupuncture points were madly filtering and refining essence qi. Gradually, he felt his acupuncture points get swollen and aching. It was a sign of the brimming energy. Grinning fiendishly, he stooped and spoke to Fei Lan, Leona, and Katua. "We've harvested big this time." The other three nodded eagerly. Rumble, rumble. The energy of countless divine crystals was released one more time. The battleship, moving at breakneck speed, accelerated again. It flew like a crazy monster, heading in a direction. Layers of light curtain expanded and covered the entire battleships. At this moment, it became tough and sharp that it could break everything. The wrecked Black Shark battleship hovering in its way was smashed into debris, or even powder if impacted directly with Fu Wei's battleship. Fu Wei's battleship was excellent in both defending and attacking with divine crystals as the fountain of energy. Its lethality was terrifying indeed. Sure, Yen didn't dare to underestimate this battleship's competence anymore. He believed that if he got shot by such crystal artillery, his god body would burst into pieces. Although the battleship was moving fast and fiercely, Fu Wei didn't look comfortable in the control center. She frowned as she had a premonition that the next wave of mad shark battleships would be more furious. It's not easy to deal with Du Lin, and Yun sounded serious. The Mad Shark fleet has 49 battleships. Although their defensive ability isn't good, their speed is incredible. I think while we had a fight over there, they have formulated a new plan already. Fu Wei nodded. She sounded calm as usual. I understand. Young elder, you have used her soul to lock the battleship and control the attacking formations of the battleship. You've consumed a lot of soul energy, and you can't do that for a long time, right? Asked Yin. Fu Wei gave a forced smile. It's all right. I'm going to adjust my condition. While talking, she took out refreshing green pellets and swallowed. Her pale cheeks had some colors afterward. This excellent defensive and attacking battleship had thousands of formations, imprints, and restrictions that needed the soul energy to control. It wasn't an easy task, though. When Fu Wei controlled the battleship, she was like the brain of this ship, as she had to manage all details of this massive ship. She had to consume her soul energy every minute. Their quick triumph this time was thanks to her concentrated control. However, it cost her soul energy. If the combat became fiercer, each wisp of her soul consciousness had to create a connection with the barriers, imprints, and restrictions. When that happened, her soul energy would be consumed massively. Did they get out there? After Fu Wei had swallowed the pellets, she took a short period to digest. When her energy was restored a little bit, she had time to ask about Shi Yan's team. And Yun nodded with an odd countenance. They have soon left to the deck. Fu Wei was surprised. He joined the combat. No, and Yun's face became even stranger. We don't know why he gathered the bodies of our enemies and looked at them from under the light curtain. I don't know what he had done. Fu Wei became skeptical. She didn't know what Shi Yan was doing. Pondering for a while, she said begrudgingly, "Never mind them. They know what to do. If they agree to stay, I think they won't have any bad intention towards us." "Yes, I think they have some plans, but they won't harm us," nodded Yun. Fu Wei didn't say more. She concentrated on the bright mirror to observe and arrange for the next attack wave of the mad shark. She understood clearly that the next wave wouldn't be as easy as this time. She knew how excellent Du Lin was. It wasn't going to be easy to defend the next time then. Chapter 1002. The Blood Blade Comes Out of Its Sheath. Chapter 1002. The Blood Blade Comes Out of Its Sheath. Sure, Yin shot up from his seat. His eyes were blood-red while murderous auras in his body soared up into the sky. Lifted up his head to look at the light curtain dyed in the red hue of blood. Shi Yan grinned and spoke to Fei Lon, Leona, and Ka. "Let's get out there." The other three nodded quietly. This group of four pierced through the protective halo like four electric beams and headed towards the Ghost Mark warriors lagging behind. More than 10 warriors of the Ghost Mark clan were struck helter-skelter. After the gigantic battleship had smashed their battleship and flew away, quickly they were left behind. At this moment, Shi Yan's group of 4 was aiming at those left warriors. While his thought was flickering, a desolate aura diffused from Shi Yan. Blood floating in outer space gathered, creating a blood sea. The thick scent of blood permeated the place. Shi Yan immersed in that blood sea, his eyes blood-red and his face icy cold. The divine ability of death power Upanishad, the blood soul sea. The blood sea extended, covering each of the remaining Ghost Mark warriors. Negative moods, including despair, fear, bloodthirstiness, and brutality, flooded their minds violently. Shortly after, the Ghost Mark warriors went crazy. They started to attack anybody near them. Fei Lon, Leona, and Ka Tua hunted them down like 3 brutal dragons. They activated their powers Upanishads and started to kill those Ghost Mark warriors. In that group of Ghost Mark warriors, there were only 2 ethereal god realm experts. One was at second sky, and the other was at first sky. Fei Lon released her ethereal extent, which was a space of erosive energy, to roll the second sky of ethereal god realm expert, who was damaged by potion and tool pavilion's guard. Staying in a block of the darkness as thick as ink, Leona eyed the other first sky of ethereal god realm warrior. Leona disappeared as if she had completely mixed with the dark. She then sent darkness to the other soul. Ka Tua urged his chaos power Upanishad. With his body as the eye, he created a formidably horrifying meat grinder field, which attracted the Ghost Mark warriors. Shi Yan controlled the Blood Soul Sea and made it move towards Ka Tua, shrouding all the warriors attracted by Ka Tuo's chaotic, twisted energy. Painful screeching arose from the Ghost Mark warriors. They were filled with despair and fear as if they were watching the most terrible things in their lives. Their screams rose the hair on people's napes. Usually, the scream came together with a person's death. His god body disappeared in the blood soul sea while his soul altar was sent out. The black hole in his soul altar had swallowed the other's souls discreetly. The massive battleship halted. And Yun discolored, crying in fear. They got out there and hunted down the others. Fu Wei gritted her teeth and scolded in a low voice. Impulsive. They will affect our progress. Du Lin will have more time to arrange his formation to block us. and Yun paled. Damn, they didn't notify us. They act so rashly. So what if they can kill all of them? We'll still be trapped. Fu Wei nodded. They will affect our progress for sure. Young elder. And Yun took a deep breath, speaking resolutely. We can't wait for them. We have to break their besiege at our max speed. If we delay, bad things will happen. Fu Wei furrowed her bold brows. She touched the bright mirror floating above her head. The mirror then showed a dark area and a blood sea. They couldn't see Shiryan, Katua, and Leona. They only saw Phelan, who was using her corrosion power Upanishad to attack one ghost mark expert. Watching for a while, Fu Wei was frightened. She shouted, "Look!" And Yun looked at the mirror. She was shocked immediately. They attacked too fast. There was around 20 ghost mark warriors remained. Most of them were at original God realm. Even if Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards wanted to kill them, they couldn't do it in a short time. However, the 4 of Shiryan's group had killed half of the ghost mark warriors shortly after they had left the battleship. The remaining warriors inside the Blood Sea were all crazy as they were killing each other. At this speed, perhaps all of the ghost mark warriors would be killed all in just a short time. This frightened Fu Wei and Yun. They were fearful because of the fighting competence of Shiryan's group. Only 4 warriors. Fu Wei was baffled. She pondered for a while and then ordered, "We'll wait 15 minutes for them. When the time's up and they haven't returned, we will leave." And Yun was surprised. She nodded. Their fighting competencies are so frightening. They are powerful individuals indeed. It's a waste to leave them. She was surprised a lot seeing the performance of Shiryan's team. She immediately wanted to change her plan. From the bright mirror, Fu Wei and Yun could see the ghost mark warriors get killed one after another. Their god bodies exploded in the blood sea. They were screaming and roaring. Gradually they forgot who they were. Their vitality was taken away, and their bodies dried up in the end. Inside the darkness, Leona was invisible. The first sky of ethereal god realm expert, her opponent, was perplexed. His eyes turned pitch black as if darkness had covered his brain. He appeared so painful and pathetic. The second sky of ethereal god realm expert didn't know why his energy was decreased unceasingly. The corrosive energy had seeped into his body. He was soon killed. Fu Wei and Yun watched everything in silence. They became aghast. Sometimes they stooped and cried in fear. Who are they? After a while, Yun whispered as if she was sleep-talking. The 4 of them all have the capacity to challenge warriors whose realms are higher than theirs. Their individual powers, Upanishads, are so special. They aren't popular indeed. Their fighting competencies are enough to kill warriors at higher realms. Oh my God, who are they? Aliens? Fu Wei was also bewildered. Their powers, Upanishads, are evil and rare. Their energy is abundant and much more than people at the same realm. They can resist higher realm warriors, indeed. The powers Shiryan, Phelan, Leona, and Katua were cultivating were extremely rare. They were the inheritances of the bloodthirsties, cortege of 8. The cultivating path they followed was an extreme, cruel one. People would never tolerate their powers. Once they used their powers, if their opponents didn't know about those special powers Upanishad, they would be killed shortly. In just a blink, the last scream arose on that battle site, putting an end on this combat. More than 20 ghost mark warriors were killed. No one escaped. Their god bodies and soul altars were annihilated, leaving nothing behind. Shiryan's eyes were garnet. At this moment, he emerged from the blood sea. Glancing at the big battleship behind, he adjusted his condition. Shortly after, his eyes resumed their normal colors. The brutal, evil aura was still being diffused from his body. After circulating his energy for several rounds, he flew towards the battleship. Phelan, Leona, and Katua were covered in blood. They looked like 3 savage beasts. closely following behind Shiryan. The light curtain of the battleship slightly shrank. Warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion stood on the deck, looking at the four of them with complicated countenances. The warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion all felt a vague fear looking at them. They were shocked watching their performance. When the four of them landed on the deck, Potion and Tool Pavilion's warriors couldn't help but step back and maintain a distance from them. Fu Wei walked to them from the control center. Her blue eyes had rippling light as she studied the four of them. "Thank you for your labor." And Yun stood by her, discreetly gathering her energy. She was cautious as she was afraid that the other four who had been excitedly killing the enemies would have some wild commotion. "You don't look good." Shiryan glanced at her, frowning. "You must be drained controlling this big battleship." "But it's okay. Later on, I'll help you." Fu Wei and Yun were bewildered. Sure, Yen walked towards his cultivating room inside the battleship and didn't bother to explain more. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua followed him silently. Potion and Tool Pavilion's warriors along the way would instinctively step aside to make their way. Shortly after, Shiryan's team had disappeared into the battleship and from Fu Wei and Yun's sight. Foam and emerged from nowhere. He lowered his voice, talking with a complicated visage. "This man is absolutely not a fish in the stagnant pond." Fu Wei and Yun nodded, totally agreeing with him. "Young elder, he said he would help you. What does he mean?" And Yun was still baffled, asking. Shaking her head, Fu Wei didn't understand his intention, either. "I don't know what he meant. I think Du Lin didn't know about this kind of assistance on our battleship." And Yun recalled something, her eyes glittering. "Perhaps we can escape this time." Fu Wei relaxed and nodded. "Yeah, maybe we can resist until Uncle Duo comes." Everybody was cheered up. Deep in the sea of stars, black and blue shark battleships hovered, aligning in a conical formation. They blockaded one of the most critical checkpoints of this galaxy. Du Lin was smiling gently on the leading battleship as he was listening to his subordinates report. Sometimes he nodded. It seemed that the wrecked battleship with its several hundred dead warriors couldn't affect his mood. He was still calm and he smiled as usual. Resolute and cruel enough. "Not bad, not bad. Seems like she doesn't mind our old relationship." "Young master," hissed a man kneeling in front of him. Waving his hands to indicate that he knew it, Du Lin said, "Don't worry. I know what to do. The cannon is our top priority this time. I know how to solve this." The other didn't say more. "Be prepared." Du Lin took a deep breath. The smile on his face ceased. "There are 6 hours left. After 6 hours, they will be arriving here. Haha, at that time, what they have to face isn't only one battleship. It's our whole mad shark fleet." The other warriors replied to him. Their enthusiastic shouts echoed from each battleship like loud thunderclaps. Chapter 1003, Better Not to Meet. Chapter 1003, Better Not to Meet _ Inside the battleship. Shiryan, Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua sat neatly while the bloodlines from Shiryan's body connected the other three. Energy fluctuated like a flowing river and seeped into their bodies. The magical energy in this cultivating room was so thick that it couldn't vanish quickly. The blood marks on the forehead of Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua were like eyes that sparkled in blood-red halo. Through this mark, they collected abundant and pure energy from Shiryan. It gave a tonic to each of their soul altars and filled their essence, Qi Ancient Tree. Zhuo Shi and Xianming were observing them from the other side of the room with surprised faces. He didn't ask Zhuo Shi and Xianming to leave when he transmitted the energy to the other three. He wanted the two of them to witness something magical in this world. Xianming was struck. He studied the four of them while a storm arose in his heart. This was the first time he saw the energy transmission, and the originator was Shi Yan. He didn't know why Shi Yan's body could endure such dominant energy fluctuations. This situation was beyond his knowledge, giving him a new cognition of power. Zhuo Shi's small face was filled with surprise, her line of sight fixed on Shi Yan. She said excitedly, "Hey, old man, don't you think he's brilliant?" Xian Ming nodded bitterly indeed. Zhuo Shi smiled. After an unknown period, Leona and Ka Tua woke up with excited faces. They looked at each other and saw happiness in their faces. What a big harvest! Shi Yan and Fei Lan were still meditating in silence. Their breaths were long and steady. Shi Yan's body started to emit marvelous space energy. It seemed like his soul was trying to create some kind of magical resonance. This kind of energy fluctuation frequency was dense. It seemed like he wanted to build a space channel. Pallid air currents swirled around Fei Lan like spirit snakes. A discernible, ethereal extent hovered behind her head. It made Fei Lan look like she was staying in a different space. Leona studied Fei Lan. After a while, her eyes glistened. "Precursor, she's about to break through, right?" Ka Tua also sensed something. He licked his lips, asking with excitement. Leona nodded. "Seems like she's breaking to the new realm. She's been at first sky of ethereal god realm for a long time. This time, she had beaten up a higher realm warrior, which advanced her power Upanishad. Well, as she has received enough energy, her breakthrough happened naturally and logically. It's so good!" Ka Tua was sincerely happy. He respected Fei Lan a lot. If Fei Lan hadn't helped him a lot in Land of God Punishment, he would have been killed already. Although Fei Lan had taken care of him because of his inheritance, Ka Tua did get good things. She allowed him to survive before he was strong enough to take care of himself. He had the chance to meet up with Shi Yan and reach his current realm. He appreciated Fei Lan a lot, and he had considered her as his precursor whom he serves and respects. In some aspect, Fei Lan's favor for him was much more significant than Shi Yan's. Strange space energy fluctuated from Shi Yan's soul altar. Gradually, under the others' gazes, Shi Yan disappeared from time to time as if his soul had escaped his body to some marvelous domain. Ka Tua and Leona were surprised. After a long time, Fei Lan woke up. She took a deep breath while her 10 fingers diffused the pallid, erosive air currents, which were wiggling like snake tongues. Fei Lan was amazed looking at 10 currents of erosive air. She smiled, getting up and looking at Shi Yan. "You, precursor, have you?" asked Ka Tua. Fei Lan nodded and admitted it. "Thanks to his grace, I'm at second sky of ethereal god realm. Seems like fighting and killing helps us understand our realms better." Ka Tua and Leona were baffled, but they were happy for her. Xian Ming observed quietly, listening to their conversation. He couldn't help but look at Shi Yan, who was sitting still. Xian Ming had a lot of complicated feelings. His energy could help even ethereal god realm expert to break through. Xian Ming was astounded. Phew! Exhaling a murky blow of breath, Shi Yan woke up, still sitting. With a calm visage, he slowly got up. His eyes lay on Fei Lan when he said to her, "Congratulations!" Fei Lan didn't say anything. She just smiled and then unnaturally bent her body slightly to show her gratitude to Shi Yan. Shi Yan chuckled. He didn't say anything else and nodded to Zhuo Shi and Xian Ming before leaving the training room. Soon, he arrived at the control center of the battleship. Fu Wei was sitting cross-legged. She had taken in pellets and digested them to give a tonic to her soul. Seeing him, Fu Wei opened her eyes, smiling. "You're here." "I'm here to help you a little bit," Shi Yan said. He didn't wait for Fu Wei to respond. Just like an electric beam, he appeared right behind her. One hand of his was placed on her beautiful back. Vigorous life energy poured into Fu Wei's god body like a refreshing stream in a mountain. Fu Wei's beautiful eyes brightened. Her stiff body relaxed, and she had a happy smile on her face. Her exhausted body recovered shortly after receiving Shi Yan's vitality. Fu Wei felt like she was soaking her body in a hot spring. Her sore muscles were relaxed. Her mind, qi, and soul were refreshed. She felt so comfortable that she couldn't describe when that flow of vitality had invigorated her. And Yun stood in a corner and watched. She used to want to stop Shi Yan. Seeing Fu Wei and her comfortable countenance, she exhaled in relief. "Is it okay?" Placing his hand on Fu Wei's voluptuous back, Shi Yan looked calm, asking. Fu Wei looked so relaxed as she enjoyed it a lot. With a weak smile, she told him a little more. Shi Yan was surprised, beaming a forced smile. "Do you think the vitality I release is really cheap?" While talking, he retrieved his hand. Looking at Fu Wei's white neck and her updo hairstyle, he said, "The damages inside your body recovered. I can feel that." Fu Wei gritted her teeth. She got up reluctantly, giving a tender smile. "I can see you have abundant life energy. The more I receive, the better I feel. Thus, I have to seize the chance, right?" Shi Yan felt funny, shaking his head reluctantly. "When will we encounter the other?" Talking about that, Fu Wei's visage darkened. "Soon. This time we won't see only one battleship, but instead, his entire mad shark fleet. We will face Du Lin. Sigh. It's hard to deal with Du Lin. He's such a headache." "Du Lin? Who is he?" "The new generation's commander of the Croc family of the Ghost Mark clan. He's at peak of ethereal god realm. I heard he has touched the threshold of incipient god realm. He's the captain of the Mad Shark fleet. He's careful, good at fighting and planning. Why can they find you guys precisely each time? As your battleship can cut off soul consciousness detecting. Normal people can't find you. Why do they always know your location every time?" Fu Wei forced a smile. She pondered and then explained. "Du Lin was sent by Great Elder Zulu. Great Elder knows our battleship well. Although people can't find us, it's simple to target and lock us down if they get the treasures from Great Elder. We basically can't be invisible under their sensing." And Yun sighed in her corner. "Oh, that's it." Nodding, Shi Yan's face was stern. "So we have to fight them? We don't have any chance to avoid this?" "Well, we used to have a chance to get rid of the besiege." Fu Wei glared at Shi Yan. "But because you guys got out of the protective halo to kill those Ghost Mark warriors, we had to pause for 15 minutes. We lost that precious chance. Of course, you don't need to blame yourself. I said it was a chance, so I'm not even sure if we could have escaped with the given 15 minutes. Seems like I have to take responsibility then." Shi Yan couldn't help but laugh. "Of course, you have to take responsibility." Fu Wei nodded and smiled. "You gave us the cannon. Our danger is related to the cannon. I've paid 100 million for the cannon. You should protect us and ensure our safety then." "All right, I will try my best to protect you guys." Shi Yan smiled reluctantly. The big battleship halted. Fu Wei and Yun and Shi Yan stood on the deck of the ship, watching the area ahead of them. Their faces became stern. Black and blue shark battleships were approaching from the galaxy afar at an arrowhead formation to block them. A handsome Ghost Mark man with his hands clasped behind his back was standing on the leading battleship. He had tender eyes and a natural smile on his face. "That's Du Lin," hissed Yun. Fu Wei looked unnatural. She looked at the young man from a distance and sighed. Those battleships didn't stop. The Ghost Mark captain named Du Lin took a deep breath and then pitched his voice. "Miss Fu Wei, I didn't want to meet you in such situation. Allow me to apologize in advance. I don't want to do this. I hope you understand. I don't want to see you either." Fu Wei walked forward reluctantly. standing several thousand meters away from Du Lin. She said gently, "Can you retreat, please?" "I can." Du Lin nodded resolutely and then said, "Give me the cannon. I will leave immediately. For you, I can even violate the order. I just need the cannon. I won't kill any of you." "Can I keep the cannon and leave?" smiled Fu Wei. "No, you can't." I agreed with him. "I can't do that." Du Lin bent his body to express his apology. He smiled reluctantly and said, "I can do my best to protect you. Believe me, as long as you give me the cannon, I'm sure you will all be safe and sound." "Young master!" hissed one of his subordinates. Du Lin waved his hand, shouting impatiently, "Don't speak nonsense. If Miss Fu Wei agrees with me, I'm willing to violate his order for her." The other didn't dare to say more. "I can't give you the cannon," Fu Wei said begrudgingly. Du Lin wasn't startled. He still smiled tenderly. "I know I'm making it difficult. Yeah, don't worry. I will show mercy. I won't let anything bad happen to you." He turned his head, looking at the mad shark fleet behind, and gave his order. "Go. Pay attention. Anyone who attacks Miss Fu Wei will lose their life." The Ghost Mark warriors then urged their battleships, moving like a frenzy of sharks chasing after their prey. Their auras and momentum were so intimidating. Fu Wei sighed weakly and said, "Return to the control center. Prepare to struggle through a furious battle." Chapter 1004, Giving Energy. Chapter 1004, Giving Energy, _ Ferocious black and blue mad shark battleships moved like cruel big fish with divine crystals as their source of energy. They quickly approached. Du Lin stood firm like a rock on the deck of a battleship, clasping his hands behind his back. He looked calm with a warm smile. Apparently, he wouldn't join this battle immediately. The mad shark fleet under his command was moving fast forward. They diverged, creating a circle to surround the massive battleship and blocking any possible exit. Fu Wei was stern while she sat in the control center. Each wisp of her soul consciousness had created a subtle connection with each mark on the walls. The magnificent halo expanded and covered the entire battleship. Crack, crack, crack. Sharp gears emerged from two sides of the battleship. With cold light, they started to roll rapidly and created sharp and shiny spikes. The energy of countless divine crystals was released. At this moment, Fu Wei had connected all the barriers of the battleship. With her soul consciousness, she controlled her ship and made it like a sharp blade comes out of its sheath or like a beast opening its bloody mouth. The energy fluctuation from the battleship was now so sharp. Boom! Light column shot out from different corners of the battleship like electric dragons. They crazily attacked everywhere. This earth-shaking commotion rampaged the galaxy like an exploding life star or a meteor shower. The shockwave this attack created could smash everything. Some black and blue shark battleships approaching first got hit as they weren't cautious. The light columns pierced through the shark battleships, killing dozens of Ghost Mark warriors. Their broken bodies were blown away. Their blood dyed the area red. Fu Wei paled. She hurried to take some pellets. Her soul consciousness gathered energy and controlled the attacking formations of the battleship. The dim-lit universe now had pieces of broken bodies floating. Those bodies weren't intact. They were just like the pulp of meat floating in the void. Warriors of the pierced battleships changed their countenances, flying away from their wrecked battleships. They released powers, Upanishads, and god domains. Bunches of light beams shot out as thick as clouds of locusts bombarding Fu Wei's battleship. The halo of the battleship sparked dazzlingly and beautifully. However, it was perilous and it scared people. The massive battleship suddenly trembled under the furious attacks. The sharp gears on the sides revolved faster. The massive battleship was like a spear that could pierce through everything moving directly forward. Fragments of gigantic battleships turned into powder and vanished upon impact with the sharp gears on Fu Wei's battleship. Any warrior who came near the battleship was killed by experts of potion and tool pavilion hiding inside the protective halo. The battle was extremely fierce right at the beginning. Du Lin changed his countenance, looking at the black and blue shark battleships shattering and his subordinates being killed. His warm smile disappeared. Shi Yan, Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo stood on the deck, mingling with the other warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion, looking at the mad shark battleships attacking them. Their visages were extremely stern. Shi Yan knew that the light curtain above their head couldn't resist for a long time. That light curtain was created from many barriers and restrictions, which were linked with Fu Wei's soul. She had controlled them right from the beginning. To maintain that protective halo, Fu Wei had to use her soul energy continually, which would weaken her fast. Fu Wei also controlled the crystal artilleries at each salvo, as she had to defend and attack at the same time. Fu Wei had to consume a significant amount of energy each second. Once Fu Wei couldn't endure it anymore, the halo would disappear, and this battleship would have to stop its attack. The Ghost Mark warriors would get on board. After that, the most brutal combat would start. Sure, Yan didn't know how long Fu Wei could endure this. On the ship, Shi Yan was strangely cold and calm. His soul altar slowly spun. His energy extended, gathering corpses and god bodies of the dead Ghost Mark warriors above the light curtain. After those warriors died, their energy didn't disperse immediately. Shi Yan attracted this kind of energy and took it into his body through his acupuncture points. 720 acupuncture points started to refine madly. Each of his acupuncture points was an immense world with countless vortexes that drew and refined essence chi of dead warriors. The vortexes revolved, filtered, refined, and released pure energy for Shi Yan to absorb. Inside the control center, Fu Wei was pale. Her sea of consciousness seethed like a thunderstorm. Her soul energy was like countless tentacles that connected the marks of the formations and restrictions in this control center. Both defending and attacking this massive battleship required the soul energy to control it. Her god power was getting consumed rapidly. She had controlled this battleship alone and knew everything to the details. She could feel her mind and energy drain quickly. This kind of consumption happened so fast that no pellet could help her recover shortly. She knew that she must be persistent. Once she couldn't control it anymore, the battleship would be defenseless. Once it happened, she would have no power to deal with Du Lin. She couldn't keep the cannon, and she would become Du Lin's property, a toy of his. Fu Wei gritted her teeth, trying to focus. Her soul consciousness connected to every detail of the ship. She still controlled it. The light curtain covering the ship thinned because of the bombarding from different forces. It would be torn in any minute. Crystal artilleries shot the light columns that looked like spikes of a hedgehog. This kind of attack was a significant threat to Ghost Mark warriors surrounding the ship. After a salvo, some warriors of the Ghost Mark clan were killed. The gears on both sides of the gigantic battleship rolled, crushing the mad shark battleships impacted with them. They crushed the shark battleships into pieces, while Fu Wei's battleship was still flying fast forward. It broke any warrior and anything in its way, grinding them into powder. No Ghost Mark warrior could stop it. Fu Wei was so tired. She had sweat all over their body. Her bangs in front of her forehead were damp. Shi Yan stood still on the deck of the massive battleship. He squinted, looking at the bodies hovering above the light curtain. His eyes had the light like ghostly flames. Fei Lan and the other two surrounded him. They were stern, watching him and waiting for his direction. Since Shi Yan didn't nod to order them to attack, Fei Lan's team stood still. No matter how hard Yin, Feng En, and Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards resisted the enemies, Shi Yan's team just stood and watched them coldly. You guys go help them. Remember that before the light curtain breaks, you can't fly out of the battleship. After a long time, Shi Yan suddenly ordered Fei Lan and the other two. Then he walked alone to the control center of the battleship. You can't get in. One of Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards stopped him in the passage leading to control room. At the critical moment, Fu Wei was the soul and the heart of this gigantic battleship. She shouldn't be disturbed. Compared to the breaking the bottleneck in cultivation, her situation now was much more dangerous. If someone attacked her, she couldn't do anything to defend herself. If Shi Yan had a bad intention and attacked Fu Wei while she was concentrating on controlling the battleship, Fu Wei would be killed easily. I can help her. Stopping by the control center, Shi Yan spoke to Yun honestly. And Yun had a struggle in her mind. At the moment when their situation became so perilous, she made a right decision. Let him in, she waved her hand at the guard. Some Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards who protected the control center listened to Yun. They stooped and left. Pay attention to this place. And Yun talked to Feng In and then walked to the control center. I'm going with you. After you. Shi Yan knew her worry. He nodded and stepped aside to give her way, asking her to go first. And Yun stormed into the control center, landing next to Fu Wei. She took a deep breath and spoke to Fu Wei. Shi Yan said he came to help you. Fu Wei was sweating a lot. Her long blue dress was damp on her body, revealing her voluptuous features. She was controlling the formations with closed eyes, listening to Yun. She opened her eyes, her face ashen. He came to help me. And Yun nodded. Let him in, said Fu Wei. Shi Yan appeared like a dark shadow. He checked Fu Wei's situation. You should focus on controlling the battleship. I'm here to help. He extended his left hand and placed it on Fu Wei's damp back. Beams of mysterious energy seeped out from his finger and entered Fu Wei's god body like refreshing streams. A cool feeling flooded her body. Her exhausted essence, Qi ancient tree, was refilled. Her tired spirit revived as if she had taken a panacea. This fantastic feeling was like soaking the body in ice water in the middle of a hot summer day. Fu Wei's heart had a vibe. She gave a sincere smile. She gritted her teeth and couldn't help but let out a moan of pleasure. Shi Yan was bewildered, looking at Fu Wei enjoying it. He shook his head, chuckled, and then advised her, Don't get distracted. You must focus. Everything on this battleship depends on your control. Do not get distracted. Got it. Fu Wei answered gently. She thinned her lips, beaming a smile. Her pale cheeks recovered its colors. Her god body felt like a dry well that was receiving water. The flames of her life burst up. Fu Wei's energy refilled. The mysterious energy flowed through Shi Yan's fingers to her body. As he was touching her back, he could see every ability of Fu Wei's god body. He could clearly see her bones, blood, and flesh. Everything was reflected in his heart. Sensing quietly, Shi Yan suddenly understood something. Although it was the same kind of energy transmission, Fei Lan, Ka Tua, and Leona could absorb every bit of energy that Shi Yan gave them through the mark on their foreheads. At the same time, they could use this energy to refine their bodies and their soul altars. To Fu Wei, it was different. Half of the energy Shi Yan had sent to her body was wasted, and his energy couldn't help Fu Wei strengthen herself. It could only help her restore and nurture her body to generate energy again. He understood that the energy he had given her could be effective only when she needed energy. When Fu Wei was at her peak condition, his energy given to her couldn't do anything. It couldn't be converted to her energy to increase her realm and powers. Anyway, it was not from the same school or source. Shi Yan sighed inwardly. Chapter 1005, The Thunder God Spear. Chapter 1005, The Thunder God Spear, _ Boom! The intensive light column that was as beautiful as a gemstone shot out from the crystal artilleries. After a salvo, they crushed a blue shark battleship into small pieces. Fragments of the damaged battleships were burned. Shooting flame fell massively. The scorching flames were dazzling as the most brilliant fireworks that were too mesmerizing to the soul. This was the 6th mad shark battleship that they destroyed. Hundreds of Ghost Mark clansmen were killed. Their bodies were gone, and their soul altars were broken. Inside the control center, Fu Wei was calm. Her face glowed in health. Her tiredness was swept away. Sure, Yen stood quietly behind her like the strongest city wall. One hand of his was placed on her back that helped him sense the energy surging in her blood vessels. Fu Wei beamed a relaxed smile. The hand on her back continually sent some kind of mysterious energy into her body. It was like a magical stream that could strengthen her blood, vessels, and bones. It had refilled her consumed essence qi and allowed her to maintain her full energy condition. She had a feeling that if that hand didn't leave, she would never be defeated, as she could maintain her peak condition forever. She would never feel tired again. It has been so many years since Fu Wei had felt this kind of care and protection. She felt that the hand was the most important thing in her life. As long as she had it on her back, she was never going to be defeated. And Yin had a joy that she couldn't hide. She studied the young man, her eyes happy and her face joyfully bright. The Mad Shark Fleet was the most potent force of the Ghost Mark clan. Du Lin, their captain, was very famous in Agate Star area. He was the young and fabulous expert whom the entire Croc family entrusted its future. At the same time, he was favored and accepted by the great elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion. Du Lin had almost collected all the supports and favors to him. He was the chosen son of heaven and the most prominent star in Agate Star area. And Yun would never expect this extremely tough battle to be like this, and Fu Wei was still full of energy until this moment. That year, when they built this battleship, and Yun had also participated in the construction. She knew its structure and fabricating method clearly. Fu Wei was the soul of this battleship. Each barrier, formation, and restriction was connected to Fu Wei's soul. She was the operator for every defending and attacking operation. The bottom of this gigantic battleship had hundreds of millions of divine crystals, which were its source of energy. As long as Fu Wei didn't consume all of her energy, and she maintained her sound mind, she could use the energy of those divine crystals continually to have the protective halo and the terrifying attacks last. It required Fu Wei's energy and the divine crystals at the bottom of the battleships to endure and resist the enemy. If Fu Wei could stay in her peak condition with the abundant amount of divine crystals, they could always maintain the utmost defense and attack. Talking about wealth, none of the forces in Agate Star area could compare to Potion and Tool Pavilion. Shi Yan's appearance was the most valuable variable and the biggest chance for them. Until this moment, and Yun was still panic-stricken. She didn't know what method Shi Yan had used to refill Fu Wei's energy. However, she believed that if Shi Yan could help Fu Wei remain at her peak condition, the defensive and attacking operations of this battleship wouldn't be paused, and it would be in the best condition until the end. Fu Wei glowed as she was in a good condition. Her breathing was steady, and her blue eyes were bright and happy. Shi Yan stood still like a mountain. Energy still flowed from him into Fu Wei's body. His flow of energy then diverged into smaller streams, which were sent to every corner of Fu Wei's body. With this support, she would never be exhausted. Looking at the cold young man and Fu Wei relaxing, and Yun couldn't hold her thoughts. If these two cooperated, would everything be smooth and excellent? Ah, standing on the only black shark battleship that hadn't engaged in the battle, Du Lin wasn't smiling anymore. He knitted his eyebrows tightly, his eyes getting colder. Standing behind him were 3 ghost mark experts at second sky of ethereal god realm. They kneeled down with their head held stubbornly high. They bit their lips until bleeding. They were anxious and impatient. The Croc family had built this mad shark fleet to support Dulin. To give Dulin the strongest fleet of the Ghostmark clan, the Croc had used half of the property of the entire family. The Mad Shark fleet shouldered the critical mission of bringing Dulin to the chief position in the future. He was the hope of the Crocs. Today, 6 of them were smashed, and hundreds of the elite warriors of the family had fallen into the sea of stars. They would never be able to gather their souls and bodies once again. All of these were because of Dulin's rash operation. "Young master," a senile Ghostmark expert gritted his teeth, a trickle of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He said with deep grief, "Our fellows are being killed. They are all your entourage. Young master, do you want to see more of them die? Young master, they are the foundation of the Croc family. They are your most loyal soldiers. If you insist on continuing, I will kill myself right here." Another Ghostmark warrior shouted, his face resolute and stubborn. While he was talking, a fiery light ball emerged on his palm. He struck it to his forehead. Dulin was frightened. He stopped the old man immediately. Thunderbolts wound around that man's arms, restraining his body. The Ghostmark old man, who was about to commit suicide, couldn't press his hand on his head, halting. His eyes were filled with grief as he looked at Dulin deep in his eyes. "Young master, it is worth sacrificing many men to win over that woman's heart." His heart was bleeding. Dulin pondered for a while. He sighed reluctantly. "I understand." The 3 kneeling Ghostmark experts' eyes brightened when Dulin changed his attitude. They now had hope, talking malignantly. "We beg you to take action." Dulin turned his head, looking at the gigantic battleship moving away. As he looked at the watery, wave-like protection halo, felt the power of the combination of countless barriers and restrictions, and saw many men of his elite force being killed, Dulin's indecisive eyes became resolute. He knew once he attacked them that he would never have the chance to have Fu Wei's heart. He came all the way here this time with the hope that he could persuade Fu Wei. He hoped he didn't need to go through the last step to win her heart and the cannon. But he was wrong. He didn't expect that Fu Wei could resist his attacks up until this moment. She seemed to not be tired at all. It was a strange situation. Dulin was skeptical, but he couldn't explain why. Now he had to do what he didn't want to do the most. He took action. He and Fu Wei wouldn't have a way to return. He would never have Fu Wei's heart. At most, he could only have her body. He would become a bastard. Dulin's disposition was self-important. After Fu Wei had rejected him that year, he had sworn he would make Fu Wei moved one day. He must make Fu Wei like him with all her heart. She would become his wife and help him expand his territory, stepping on the peak of glory in Agate Star area. However, he finally knew today that his pledge would never be fulfilled. He flew out of the Black Shark battleship, hovering in the immense void and facing Potion and Tool Pavilion's massive incoming battleship. Although he looked calm, his eyes showed his reluctant and lonely feelings. Thousands of Ghostmark warriors halted no matter where they were. They focused, looking at him and waiting for something. Some senile Ghostmark experts clenched their fists as they became excited. Their eyes yearned for a victory. A shining spear made of lightning emerged from Dulin's sleeve. It glowed in the silver hue of divine light. His ethereal extent was a world of blinding thunderbolts. It revealed above his head like a rising curtain. Tens of thousands of lightning strikes moved inside that marvelous world. The world seemed to collapse as lightning flashed continually like the gossamer, striking here and there. That shining silver spear was as long as an arm. It had the natural pattern of lightning with incredible abilities of thunderbolts. The spear flew out inaudibly, darting towards Potion and Tool Pavilion's battleship like a silky ribbon. Tens of thousands of lightning strikes in ethereal extent above Du Lin's head acted as if they were drawn away from his ethereal extent, pouring rapidly into the spear. In just a blink, the silver spear had absorbed thousands of lightning strikes. It moved like a meteor piercing through the universe, aimed at the light curtain protecting Potion and Tool Pavilion's battleship. PFFF. The defensive halo created by countless barriers and restrictions was torn. The light curtain covering the battleship was pierced through and created a giant hole. Then it was ripped apart at a speed that a naked eye could see. The divine lightning was dazzling as it expanded over the light curtain and tore it apart. Under that light curtain, warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion were struck by lightning. Their god bodies were charred. Weak warriors were killed at their spots, while stronger ones had their souls damaged significantly. The Thunder Divine Spear was the top treasure of the Ghost Mark clan. It was an original incipient grade weapon. Du Lin, the chosen son of heaven from the Crocs, was the current owner of this divine weapon. Du Lin's main power was lightning. He could promote the power of the Thunder God Spear by giving it billions of his lightning strikes. It could have the god power to destroy the world. PFFF. Fu Wei spat out blood from her succulent red lips. Her face was pale. Her soft body was filled with lightning. Her energy accumulated in the body was smashed. She was trying to resist the lightning invading her body with great pain. As she had the connection with barriers, marks, restrictions, and formations of this battleship, she also had to bear the power of the lightning strikes. She was hurt severely after this attack when the light curtain got torn. Boom! Azure thunderbolts with deterrent power moved through Shurian's hand and to his body. His hand was still placed on Fu Wei's back. The lightning strikes were like arrows shot out of a strong bow. They attacked his body in various parts, giving him a horrible pain to his muscles and vessels. His arm almost exploded. As it was very sore and numb, he had to move his hand away from Fu Wei's back. Level 1 original incipient grade weapon. It's the Thunder God Spear. Du Lin is using the Thunder God Spear. And Yun burst out angrily, thundering. He dares to use the Thunder God Spear. He wants to kill us. Zualu is crazy. After killing another elder, isn't he afraid of the other elder's punishment? When that level 1 original incipient grade weapon is activated, it will disorder the lightning and thunder of the surrounding area. When those lightning strikes shoot fast, he won't be able to control them. They would kill a lot of creatures around. They could even crush a life star. Shurian was frightened. Chapter 1006. Who can endure a battle? Chapter 1006. Who can endure a battle? As the Thunder God Spear had torn the protective light curtain in just one strike, dozens of Potion and Tool Pavilion's warriors turned into charcoal. A larger number continued to try resisting the erosive effect of lightning in their bodies. Du Lin descended on the deck of the battleship, clutching a silver spear. Lightning bolts wound around that spear like tongues of venomous snakes. Although its murderous aura was invisible, no one dared to confront this spear. The tremendous weapon of original incipient grade. Although this agate star area was vast, the number of original incipient grade weapons could be counted with a person's fingers. Each of them was well known, and their masters were a small group of influential people who topped the world. Du Lin grasped the electric spear as if he was holding the entire world. His body expressed some kind of arrogance and confidence, giving a massive pressure that suffocated Potion and Tool Pavilion's warriors. The Ghost Mark clansmen didn't cheer when they saw Du Lin tear through the protective halo of the battleship with one strike, as they thought that it was inevitable. They knew Du Lin's competence. They knew that he had the capacity to do that. Thus, The Ghost Mark warriors were calm, approaching and surrounding warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion on the massive battleship from every direction. Without the protective halo, they were able to jump onto the massive battleship whenever they wanted. Due to the close distance, the crystal artilleries weren't a threat to them anymore. At this moment, in the eyes of the Ghost Mark warriors, they knew that the result of this battle was determined. They knew when Du Lin became severe and put his affection for Fu Wei aside, the girl wouldn't have a chance. On Fu Wei's battleship, Feng of Potion and Tool Pavilion was pale, gritting his teeth while gazing at Du Lin. However, he didn't dare to come over and challenge the young man. He could only watch the guards of his side trying to resist the lightning strikes. Feng felt painfully reluctant. Du Lin was at third sky of ethereal god realm, and he had put one step through the threshold to incipient god realm. With the thunder god spear, the divine weapon, and an original incipient grade treasure in his hand, who can endure a battle with him on this battleship? Feng's face was so solemn. Du Lin stood alone in the crowd of Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards. He hadn't done anything rashly and just waited in silence. His eyes laid on the control center of this big battleship. He's waiting for someone. He's waiting for that girl to give him the cannon. As he stood still, none of the Ghost Mark warriors dared to take action. Also, no guard of Potion and Tool Pavilion had the guts to provoke opponents. The battleship was now so quiet that they would even hear the sound of a falling needle. Staying inside the control center, and Yun paled, her eyes panic-stricken. A storm arose in her heart. She suddenly recognized that she was wrong. Totally wrong. She had underrated Du Lin, and she had underestimated Zhuo Lu's determination to get the cannon. Although Potion and Tool Pavilion had some unceasing competition, they had all happened in the dark. They weren't going to expose anything and make it accelerate to the extreme point they had to kill one elder. One elder's death would enrage all the other elders of Potion and Tool Pavilion, which led to the rage of the Pavilion Master. And Yun had assumed that the great elder wanted only the cannon and that he wouldn't hurt Fu Wei. The appearance of Du Lin made in Yun instinctively make the wrong assumption she had made, because she knew Du Lin loved Fu Wei better than anyone else. As Zhuo Lu had sent Du Lin here, and Yun thought he didn't want to push this mess to the point he couldn't clean it later. Thus, he didn't send a more malignant subordinate. However, she was wrong. She had wronged Zhuo Lu's crazy desire of the cannon and Zhuo Lu's understanding of Du Lin. It turned out that in a critical moment, Du Lin could be a savage. And Yun sighed and couldn't help but look at Fu Wei with blood on her face. Her complicated look switched to the man who stood firm like a rock. She felt utterly hopeless. Unfortunately, the big difference between their realms couldn't be made up simply. He hasn't reached a profound realm yet. Fu Wei sat quietly for a moment. She wiped out the blood trickles on the corners of her mouth. She stood up, said nothing, and walked straight outside. Looking at Du Lin standing in between Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards, she sighed weakly, her face bitter. Du Lin seemed emotional. He clenched his fingers around the spear, sighing. I didn't want everything to turn out like this. Fu Wei nodded, and her eyes glistened beautifully. As we're in this situation, we can only meet in a death or life combat. I die and you take the cannon, or I defeat you and you leave. You're not my opponent. Du Lin shivered unnaturally, his visage distressed. I really don't want to attack you. As long as you hand me the cannon, I'll leave immediately. I won't trouble you any more. No. Fu Wei sighed inwardly. Looking at Du Lin, she whispered, You have your principles, and I have my stubbornness. I won't step back. While talking, an emerald ring on Fu Wei's white wrist glowed in the blue light. It rippled, revealing beautiful scenery of mountains and rivers like a monochronic picture. The magical blue energy condensed, exposing that magnificent world little by little. Ice mountains emerged and shrank right into Fu Wei's palm. The mountain range fabricated by the icy beams created a bitter cold world where glaciers flowed and congregated. Eventually, it created a small ice mountain. The ice mountain had many magical and mysterious symbols. They looked like some heavenly body had drawn them. Waves of cold air expanded, drowning the real world in its coldness. Du Lin was stern, looking at the world of the glacier in Fu Wei's hand. He watched the ice mountain with solemn eyes. It was unknown when Shi Yan and Yun had walked out of the control center. They now all gazed at the glacier in her hand. Yun had a reluctant pain showing in her face. Shi Yan was bewildered. He turned to ask Yun, "Is that glacier an original incipient grade weapon?" Fu Wei was at second of ethereal god realm, and she cultivated fire power Upanishad. It was common to blacksmiths and alchemists. However, Shi Yan didn't know Fu Wei had cultivated ice power Upanishad as her minor power besides the fire power Upanishad. Ice and fire usually couldn't blend together. Fu Wei's decision had surprised Shi Yan. When Fu Wei at second sky of ethereal god realm had been hurt by Du Lin's previous attack, Shi Yan didn't have enough time and energy to help her recover. Du Lin was at peak of ethereal god realm, and he also had a divine weapon of original incipient grade. Thunder God's spear was really famous in Agate Star area. It was the top weapon of the Ghostmark clan, which had drunk a lot of blood. It had shouldered the glory of the Ghostmark clan for tens of thousands of years. And Yun nodded gently. The mysterious heavenly glacier was refined by the second Pavilion Master. It has thousands of glaciers in the cold area of the North Pole as the foundation, together with several hundred icy materials. To fabricate the mysterious heavenly glacier, the second Pavilion Master had fallen into bedevilment. Eventually, his soul vanished when he finished creating the mysterious heavenly glacier. Shi Yan frowned and didn't reply here. His face was getting more serious. Your main power is fire, and the ice power's just a minor power Upanishad. Ice and fire can't blend together. At the same time, the mysterious heavenly glacier can't control my Thunder God spear. Du Lin's face was reluctantly bitter. We shouldn't fight anymore. Give me the cannon, and we will end all of this. Okay. Fu Wei's furrowed her bold brows, gently shaking her head. Du Lin's face stiffened. He stood there bewilderedly. Warriors of the Ghostmark clan gathered in four corners of this massive battleship. Before Du Lin ordered, no one dared to reach the deck. Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards, including Feng and An and Yun, stood there with cold faces. However, they just looked at Du Lin and intervened with nothing. The original incipient grade weapons were really intimidating. Once they were used, they could draw the catastrophe to the entire star area. Du Lin and Fu Wei were holding their divine weapons. At this moment, no one could interfere with their combat. Don't destroy my battleship. We should move to another place. Fu Wei took a deep breath. She smiled at Du Lin tenderly and flew out, soaring into the sea of stars. Members of the Ghostmark clan leaned and moved out of her way, letting her fly through their crowd at ease. Du Lin nodded quietly. He didn't say more and followed her. They floated in the vast galaxy. He shouted at his forces, "Scatter. Without my order, don't make a move." The Ghostmark warrior respectfully left, scattering away from that battleship. Guards of the Potion and Tool Pavilion exhaled in relief. However, they recalled something, so they became sterner. Could she defeat Du Lin? Shi Yan frowned, looking at Yun. She cultivates fire power Upanishad, and her realm is lower than his. Even if she gets a divine weapon, her opponent has one. What do you think about this battle? And Yun sighed, talking. Elders of Potion and Tool Pavilion have invested their efforts only in refining pellets and forging treasures. Compared to the real fighters, Their experience and timing in fighting are so bad. Shi Yan suddenly understood. If she failed, what would happen? Pausing for a while, he continued. We can't keep the cannon. And Yun pondered, choosing her words. If young elder can give it up resolutely, maybe she'll be all right. Although she looks tender, she's really stubborn. I'm afraid Shi Yan's face darkened. Billions of lightning strikes weaved in the void like a massive spider web expanding everywhere in the sea of stars. Du Lin held the spear in his hand, standing in the center of the lightning web. He was accumulating energy. Fu Wei was wearing a long blue dress, her palm holding the small glacier. Along with her realm and her increasing energy, the glacier was enlarging, releasing the freezing cold air to everywhere. This woman, who used to be as tender as water, now had an icy cold aura. SSSS. SSSS. Lightning strikes wiggled, congregating into the thunder god spear. The electric silver spear of an arm size flashed with exquisite and elaborate drawings and patterns. Gradually, it had the power to release scorching lightning strikes. Billions of lightning strikes in the world seemed to have the same home. They flooded towards the electric spear, rapidly. The blinding electric lights shot out, mingling with each other. They created a lightning web, covering Fu Wei entirely. The Thunder God Spear became a bunch of lightning strikes, sweeping through the galaxy. It aimed at Fu Wei with formidable momentum. The extremely cold glacier where Fu Wei was sitting released the thick, cold mist, which dyed the entire world with white snow. Snowflakes and frost fell on the crystal glacier. All of them made the most beautiful, perfect piece of art. They stood in the way of the spear. Crack! Crack! The mysterious heavenly glacier was hit, sending pieces of ice everywhere. The glacier rumbled. Fu Wei paled. Her body shivered as the glacier shook. Du Lin sighed deeply. His face looked so begrudging. However, the Thunder God Spear he sent away didn't cease. It reloaded the power of billions of lightning strikes, preparing for a new, thrusting attack. Chapter 1007. The Giant Blood Shield. Chapter 1007. The Giant Blood Shield. _ Without beautiful strikes or changes of power Upanishad, the lightning spear continued to thrust at the crystal glacier. Pieces of ice exploded, shooting away from the glacier and moving to unknown places. Thunderbolts flashed as if the lightning power Upanishad was urged to the acme. The power of thunderbolts could even discolor the whole universe. It illuminated the dark area, while divine lights flashed and shot far away. It was unknown how many life stars those thunderbolts would attack. When the original incipient grade weapons released the power, it could trigger some kind of disorderly power Upanishad that could lead to a catastrophe. This was similar to when incipient god realm experts fought each other. Supernatural experts at incipient god realm could destroy an entire life star if they fought to the death. Rumors said that when the tremendous incipient god realm experts battled so fiercely that one of them died, they could crush many life stars with them. Du Lin and Fu Wei hadn't reached incipient god realm, but if they could urge the power of their original incipient grade weapons to the utmost, their lethality could even surge towards outer space. It was enough to compare slightly to the incipient god realm experts. Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards on the battleship and the Ghostmark clansmen kept silent, looking at their battle in a far distance. No one was in the mood to talk. Each of them could see that Fu Wei couldn't resist anymore. As the Thunder God Spear kept drilling and thrusting, the glacier exploded bit by bit. The bitter cold aura was decreasing. Fu Wei looked as pale as a sheet of white paper. She was tired indeed. Du Lin had also consumed energy, but he was still full. His energy was as abundant as a rising tide. At this moment, he was still intimidating. The energy accumulations of a peak of ethereal god realm warrior and a second sky of ethereal god realm warrior were very different. At the same time, Fu Wei wasn't a fighter who was good at fighting. Her lifetime effort had been invested in refining things. In bloody battles, her performance wasn't really excellent. Du Lin was different from her. Since he was born in the Croc family, he had to take the mission of strengthening his family. He had to pursue absolute power for the rest of his life. Du Lin had experienced bloody battles and killed many people. To this kind of bloody fighting, Du Lin got used to it. How to seize the chance to attack, how to utilize his powers and advantages the most. He understood all of these much better than Fu Wei. Add the gap between their realms, and the result of this battle was determined even before it started. Members of the Ghostmark clan had a joy that they couldn't hide on their faces. Du Lin had proven his ability to sweep off all the obstacles one more time. They believed he could bring the Croc family to the peak of glory. Looking at Du Lin at this moment, his fellows felt excited as they knew that the distance between Du Lin and the chief of Ghostmark clan position wasn't far away. They believed that if Du Lin could help Zhuolu to get the cannon, he would receive generous support from Zhuolu. With the favor of Potion and Tool Pavilion's Great Elder and Du Lin's competence, the Mad Shark Fleet would become the strongest force in the Agate Star area. They could help the Croc family move further. Quite the contrary, Feng and Yin and the other guards of Potion and Tool Pavilion had put on stern faces. They felt suffocated as if they had a big stone pressing on their chests. If Fu Wei is defeated, what will happen to you guys? On a corner of the battleship, Shiyin contemplated for a while, speaking all of a sudden. In this quiet ambience, his voice was a bit unpleasant. Many Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards looked at him with unknown intentions in their eyes. And Yen's brows slammed together as she looked at Shiyin and the warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion. She spoke earnestly. If young elder is defeated but remains relatively unharmed, nothing bad will happen to us, I suppose. But if young elder forces herself to the point that she perishes, I think Du Lin will massacre all of us in his rage. She beamed a forced smile, sighing. If young elder is killed, we don't have the face to live anymore as servants. Shiyin frowned. The warriors of Potion and Tool Pavilion had a dark and gloomy face as if their parents had just passed away. They seemed to see the end of their lives. Senior, what about us? Ka Tuo grinned oddly. Would we encounter danger too? You guys insisted on staying. And Yun sighed, looking at Shiyin. If young elder dies, I'm afraid you guys can't escape death. After she dies, we can't do anything. Du Lin would never let any witnesses leave alive. Senior. Ka Tuo's face darkened. Shiyin nodded quietly. Looking at the immense galaxy out there, he had a lot of thoughts in his mind. At the moment Shiyin decided to stay, he had resonated his soul with the space node. He believed when he used his space power that he could bring Ka Tuo, Leona, Fei Lan, Xianming, and Zhuoshi away. They could escape this deadly battle in just a blink. As he had this confidence, he decided to let Zhuoshi and Xianming stay. In other words, Du Lin couldn't stop him if he wanted to run. However, he didn't want to run away. He didn't want to see Fu Wei die. He had a good impression of this woman, especially after he heard her secrets. He had feelings for her. He knew that she was also a miserable girl. As thoughts flashed in his mind, he had a decision. Put off your guard and hand the cannon to me. Otherwise, your mysterious heavenly glacier will be smashed. It won't be easy to fix. You know that. Floating in the sea of stars, Du Lin had lightning strikes linger on his entire body. He reluctantly gave her advice. The Thunder God's spear halted 1,000 meters in front of the glacier. Lightning strikes flashed on the spear as if it could gather more lightning strikes of this world altogether. Such an earth-shattering threat made everybody feel powerless. Du Lin knew Fu Wei wasn't in a good condition. Although the mysterious heavenly glacier was a secret treasure at original incipient grade, its quality and level couldn't compare to the spear he had. Fu Wei's realm was lower than his, and she had consumed a lot of energy to operate the battleship. Honestly, Fu Wei's current endurance was already over his estimation. However, seeing Fu Wei's aura ceasing and her tired eyes, Du Lin knew Fu Wei's energy was now chaotic. She couldn't endure it any longer. If Fu Wei continued this way, her life would be threatened and her foundation would be damaged. Once its owner was hurt, how can the mysterious heavenly glacier resist the fierce attack from the Thunder God spear? No. Fu Wei shook her head resolutely, her face calm and faint. Du Lin frowned. He was finally enraged. You want to court death? Although the cannon is precious, you can't keep it. Do you still want to use your own life to protect it? You're just stubborn. Useless stubbornness is no different from stupidity. Fu Wei said nothing. She continued to gather energy. The mysterious heavenly glacier continued to emit the cold air, generating new ice mountains. She acted to show her attitude. Du Lin was infuriated. His tender face had become cold eventually. Fu Wei's attitude had enraged him. He didn't want to kill her, but now he didn't want to advise her in pain either. A divine spear with thunderbolts winding around moved like a lightning strike, sweeping across the world. It brought together the brutal power of flashes and maliciously drilled into the mysterious heavenly glacier operated by its exhausted master. The Ghost Mark warriors and the guards of Potion and Tool Pavilion were shocked. They didn't even blink while watching this strike of Thunder Divine Spear. They understood that this strike would announce Fu Wei's sentence. It would put an end to this battle. Was it going to end? And Yun was filled with despair. She hopelessly looked at the battle afar, sighing begrudgingly. It should be like that. Some old warriors of the Ghost Mark clan were so excited. They clenched their fists with yearning eyes. They were all waiting for this thunderbolt attack to complete the ending they had known beforehand. Boom! Countless divine lightning strikes blended with bloodlight. Lightning strikes sparked beautifully at the tip of the spear, while the blood light became more visible. People's pupils shrank. They couldn't help but gawk, dropping their jaws. Divine light sparkled in their eyes, all focused on one thing. It was a scarlet shield. It stood in front of the mysterious heavenly glacier, shielding the lethal attack of the Thunder God spear. At first, the shield was just the size of a palm. Under people's gaze, it was enlarging rapidly. Corpses and blood of several hundred dead warriors of the Ghost Mark clan flew towards the shield like a bloody shower. The shield took in blood and enlarged fast. As blood was flooding the shield, it became a gigantic scarlet shield. It looked even more imposing than the several thousand-meter mysterious heavenly glacier. It had shielded the entire mysterious heavenly glacier, leaving the Thunder God speak no leak to attack. A flow of bloodthirsty, brutal aura slowly expanded on that scarlet shield. It was like an evil creature had just descended to this world. All the warriors felt their soul altars being affected. It felt like some bloody, malicious ghost had haunted their souls, making them irritatedly restless. As blood seeped into the shield, the magical blood mark on it bloomed like a flower. It was indeed cruelly beautiful that touched people's heart and made them shiver at the same time. Inside the sea of stars, many Ghost Mark warriors were petrified. They couldn't help but rub their eyes as they thought that they were dizzy. Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards were bewildered as if they were sinking in the deepest and darkest dream. This feeling was so unreal. No one knows where this blood shield came from. No one knew why it happened to balk Du Lin's deadly attack at the critical moment. Everybody was baffled or petrified. They exchanged looks and then gazed at the massive garnet shield. They even forgot that the battle was at the most dangerous and fiercest moment. The thunder god's spear thrust into the blood shield. Lightning was sent everywhere from the impact. The spear continued its attack as its energy surged wildly. However, right when the blood shield appeared, it stood firmly like the strongest fortress in this world that would never be broken. The blood-drawing lines on the shield moved like human veins. The blood mark bloomed like the most beautiful but evil flower. The massive blood shield was intact. It wasn't chipped or damaged. On the contrary, the thunder god's spear was shaking from the impact with the shield. Chapter 1008. Receive Help from a Savior. Chapter 1008. Receive Help from a Savior. The blood shield hovered like a mountain. It protected the entire mysterious heavenly glacier as if it was a massive iron wall that blockaded everything. At the same time, the brutal, bloodthirsty aura surged and expanded fiercely. It covered the area of more than 1,000 miles around. The blood mark on that shield wiggled while the bloodlines moved like worms. It looked like a living object. Blood from hundreds of dead ghost mark warriors flew in the void like the raindrops. They made the blood shield dark and cruel to the utmost. It looked as if it had become the source of all evil things in this world. The sharp tip of the thunder god's spear stabbed the shield at the center of the blood mark. The silver spear sprung as if some evil energy had attacked it. Fine cracks began to appear on the spear. Warriors of the Ghostmark clan and Potion and Tool Pavilion kept silent as they were all gazing at the shield. They were aghast because none of them knew what was going on. Fu Wei stood on the mysterious heavenly glacier, her face pale and stern. She furrowed her bold brows, her bright eyes gazing at the blood shield. She was so confused. Du Lin, the chosen son of heaven of the Ghostmark clan, paled. His keen eyes raked through the area to find something. Although he was struggling in his mind, Du Lin took a deep breath and spoke respectfully to the dark void. "Who interfered with our Ghostmark clan's matter?" He released his soul consciousness, trying to swamp over the blood shield. However, as soon as his soul consciousness touched it, his consciousness was distorted as if he had sunk into a peat bog that was very tough to get rid of. His soul energy was consumed massively. Being grim, Du Lin's heart sank into the abyss. He anxiously looked at the shield that had appeared out of nowhere. He was reluctant that he couldn't move forward or retreat. No one replied to him. The massive blood shield seemed to be unowned. With his realm and powerful soul consciousness, Du Lin couldn't detect the general direction of the owner of this shield. He became sterner and more anxious. He looked around, his eyes panic-stricken. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The subtle lightning flashes shot out from the tip of the thunder god spear. However, the blood chi immediately burst them off and dissolved them. The short spear sprung severely. Du Lin was restlessly terrified. The dim-lit surroundings were absolutely quiet, making his soul uneasy. He felt as if a pair of evil eyes were hiding in the dark, gazing at each of his moves. We, the Ghostmark clan, will remember this. Taking a deep breath, Du Lin said something curt like that. Then his mind flickered as he grabbed the void and retrieved the thunder god spear. The spear turned into a lightning strike, disappearing into his sleeve. "Let's go!" Du Lin suddenly shouted, flying toward his mad shark battleship. All the warriors of the Ghostmark clan were surprised. They looked at him with great confusion on their faces. The 3 elders of the Ghostmark clan hesitated. They couldn't help but shout, "Young master!" Du Lin's face was dark and cold, shouting at them, "I told you to leave. Did you not hear me?" The 3 elders of the Ghostmark clan discolored. They didn't dare to say more. They spread his order. Members of the Ghostmark clan scattered like fish swimming in the sea. they returned quietly to their battleship. All of them felt as if they had a big rock hanging above their hearts as they looked at the hovering blood shield in silence. Du Lin's battleship started leaving quietly. All the guards of Potion and Tool Pavilion were shocked. Seeing the Ghostmark clan's battleships retreat like a low tide, they felt so happy that they burst out cheering. Standing on the mysterious heavenly glacier, Fu Wei looked at the giant blood shield with a complicated countenance. She was bewildered for a while, and then she bent her body to thank the mysterious helper. "Thank you for your support, Precursor." She didn't know who was controlling that massive blood shield. Swoosh! A blood light shot toward the unknown area of the immense outer space. The massive blood shield shrank rapidly, flying away with the blood light. It disappeared shortly after, 5,000 miles away. Du Lin's face was dark and harsh. He swallowed a red pellet, panting. The 3 elders of the Ghostmark clan stood silently by him. They looked confused and complicated. "Young master," one of them called him in a low voice. Du Lin awoke from his thought. He instinctively took a deep breath, his face pale. Its level was much higher than the Thunder God's spear. The 3 Ghostmark elders were frightened. They finally understood why Du Lin insisted on retreating. The original incipient grade weapons were classified in 7 levels. The Thunder God spear was at level 2, and it was already a top treasure in the Ghostmark clan. Its reputation was well known around Agate Star area. However, the level of that giant blood shield was much higher than the Thunder God spear. What kind of F***king intimidating character was able to control this weapon? No wonder why their young master decided to retreat even though his question wasn't answered. He even forgot Zwalu's order. He didn't keep his mind on the cannon. In Agate Star area, there are some unwritten rules that everyone knows. The higher level the divine weapon was, the higher the power and realm of its owner. Those who could control original incipient grade weapons were at least at peak of ethereal god realm. Most of them were at incipient god realm. If the user's realm and energy weren't enough, he couldn't utilize the divine weapon or protect it. As that shield was a high-level weapon, its owner was also likely an intimidating existence who could stand firm in this world. Du Lin couldn't detect the aura of the blood shield's owner. However, he instinctively assumed that helper's realm and understanding of power Upanishad were beyond his perception from the quality of the shield. He was scared, so he left immediately. The 3 elders of the Ghostmark clan and Du Lin thought that it was a wise move. Each divine weapon at original incipient grade is recorded in detail by Potion and Tool Pavilion. The higher level the weapon is, the more detailed the description will be. Du Lin's voice was tired and husky. But that blood shield, I have never heard about it before. I don't know its origin and its owner. I don't want the Mad Shark Fleet and everybody else to get involved in this. Young master, you're wise. The 3 elders of the Ghostmark clan were shocked. They respectfully expressed their opinion. Under any point of view, Du Lin's decision was unquestionable, since that hidden expert could control a divine weapon that was stronger than the Thunder God spear. That helper should be at peak of incipient god realm in their eyes. This kind of expert was strong enough to clean up their Mad Shark Fleet and burn them into ashes. The other had just shielded the mysterious heavenly glacier and hadn't done anything to attack. Du Lin's side thought that it was the opponent's warning and that they should know their competence. If they couldn't recognize it, the next attack would crush them all. Du Lin had a good sense. He initially retreated and gave up the cannon. He wanted to protect himself and his family's force. Even if Zwalu felt irritated, he couldn't voice anything. Notify the Great Elder. Report our battle in detail. Do not miss any information. Stress about the giant blood shield. I think he may know something. Du Lin waved his hand helplessly. He felt tired. He had traveled thousands of miles. caused a grudge against Fu Wei and left hundreds of his soldiers behind. To Du Lin, it was an unprecedented attack. The three elders left quietly. They all looked sad and dispirited. In the vast universe, Fu Wei retrieved the mysterious heavenly glacier. She returned to the deck of her battleship with a pale face. Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards, who were scattering around the deck, greeted her quietly. Fu Wei's beautiful body was damp with sweat. She smoothed her cascading long hair. Her bright, complicated eyes swept through the warriors standing on the deck. She asked with surprise, "Where's Shi Yan? I just saw him here. Not long after you and Du Lin had engaged in the battle, he quietly left to the training room." Fu Wei furrowed her bold brows. She contemplated, looking at the vast universe in the direction that massive shield had disappeared. She said, "We've met our savior." And Yun totally agreed with her and nodded. "I wonder which precursor has just helped us. Otherwise, we would have had a fatal consequence this time. Anyway," she paused, speaking suspiciously, "we don't have any record of that shield in our records of original incipient grade weapons." Fu Wei's soft body shivered. "No? Are you sure?" And Yun nodded again. "I'm sure. We don't have any information." The light in Fu Wei's bright eyes rippled. She had many thoughts in her mind, so she was absorbed into her thoughts for a long time. "That shield is much stronger than the Thunder God Spear." And Yun was baffled, asking unconsciously, "What level?" Fu Wei shook her head. "I don't know. It seems to be beyond my knowledge. I think that even our current pavilion master doesn't have the capability to refine such a powerful weapon. The formation carved on that shield was really marvelous. It looked so real, and it was changing every second. I couldn't see the mysteries of that kind of formation." And Yun shivered in fear. She knew Fu Wei's level in refining tools. Fu Wei was a rare talent who came once every 10,000 years in Potion and Tool Pavilion. She was also the prominent candidate for the precious throne of the Pavilion Master. Her knowledge of refining things was approved by the elders. They agreed that her attainment was much better than most of the elders. If she couldn't understand the changing formation on the blood shield, it was enough to prove that the shield was one of the top rarest divine weapons in this world. "Perhaps it doesn't belong in our agate star area," said Fu Wei after pondering for a long time. And Yun was more inexplicably surprised. "It doesn't belong in our agate star area. It doesn't belong in our agate star area." Fu Wei was baffled. After a while, she seemed to recall something. Her blue eyes glistered. She whispered instinctively, Our Potion and Tool Pavilion doesn't have any record about him. He's not from agate star area, right?" She shook her head, laughing at her own idea. She thought that she was too skeptical then. Maybe she was so tired that she had tried to link the two things that wouldn't have anything in common. How could an original God Realm Warrior control a divine weapon that was stronger than the Thunder God Spear? It was not logical indeed. Even if an original God Realm Warrior had such a divine weapon, he shouldn't have been able to parry Du Lin's attack. It's common sense, right? She tried to reason with her common sense, and she came up with the conclusion that she was just overthinking it. She laughed at her silly idea and thought that it was because she was too tired. Thus, she quit mulling over this thought. Chapter 1009. The Shield Has Become Heavier. Chapter 1009. The Shield Has Become Heavier. Fu Wei and Yun stood in front of a closed door inside the battleship. They gently knocked. If Shi Yan hadn't poured energy into her body, Fu Wei wouldn't have been able to resist Du Lin's attack for so long. Fu Wei and Yun were going to remember Shi Yan's support forever in their hearts. After the battleship had departed again, Fu Wei, who hadn't recovered her powers yet, came to show her gratitude to Shi Yan. They had knocked on the stone door for a while. However, no one had responded. When Fu Wei and Yin had lost their patience, the stone door cracked open, revealing a ferociously ugly face. He had given you a lot of energy. He's cultivating in seclusion to recover his energy. You don't need to come here and disturb him, Leona said with bad manners. Then, she suddenly slammed the door shut, blocking Fu Wei and Yin outside. Both Fu Wei and Yin could see the cold and evil intentions of Leona's eyes. She didn't like the two of them. The two exchanged looks with surprised faces. Being baffled for a while, Fu Wei beamed a faint smile and shook her head. Never mind. We should leave. I also want to recover first. And Yin nodded. She didn't give any advice and just left with Fu Wei. They didn't know what was going on in that cultivating chamber. Leona closed the stone door. She didn't say anything and walked directly towards a secret room. Zhua Shi and Xianming stayed in a corner of the training room, looking at her with admiration and respect. Leona carefully opened the secret door and then got in. The stone chamber wasn't big. The divine weapon Fu Wei and Du Lin respected as if it was a thing from God lay on the ground like a broken stone. It looked naturally plain without any blood light, brutal aura, or any beams of energy. Shi Yen sat still on the cushion in the center of the room with an ashen face. His body had many bleeding cuts, some of which were deep to the bone as if he got slashed by many massive knives. It looked very scary. He looked weak, sitting cross-legged. His body was slowly gathering wisps of energy. Fei Lan and Ka Tua were watching over him, their faces stern and anxious. At the moment Fu Wei and Du Lin fought, Shi Yen discreetly walked off the deck and entered his secret chamber in the cultivating room. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua didn't care about the battle between Potion and Tool Pavilion and Du Lin's force. Seeing him leave, they followed. They had seen Shi Yen release his power and send the blood shield away through the space slit. From that space slit, they had seen Du Lin's thunderbolt attack and the subtle change of the giant blood shield, which had stopped Du Lin's extremely fierce attack. Also at that moment, Shi Yen started to tremble restlessly, his body cracking and bleeding. Ka Tuo's eyes had a beam of inexplicable respect at Shi Yen. He couldn't press down his excitement. Du Lin, at peak of ethereal god realm, had struck his fatal attack with the Thunder God Spear, a divine weapon at original incipient grade, but he couldn't pierce through the shield to damage the mysterious heavenly glacier. What kind of power was that? Ka Tua studied the young man who was bleeding with reverence arising from the bottom of his heart. Also at that moment, he realized that although he was at the same third sky of original god realm, even if he used his best abilities, he couldn't be an equal match to this young man. He was worth the successor of the master of the Cortege of 8. I sent them away. Leona closed the secret chamber, frowning, talking indifferently. Fei Lan nodded. She glanced at Shi Yen, sighing. She didn't agree with the idea that Shi Yen would join the battle himself. At the third sky of original god realm, even if he used the shield to resist Du Lin's attack with force, Shi Yen still got wounded. Since Fei Lan didn't know how severe Shi Yan's wounds were, she was distraught. Leona was mean to Fu Wei and Yin because of Shi Yan's lousy condition in the secret chamber. Because of them, Shi Yan got hurt. Leona wouldn't give them a nice face. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua were watching the young man in silence. They seemed to be waiting for something. Gradually, the bleeding cut slowly closed at a speed that the naked eye could observe. After the wounds had begun to heal, all the bleeding cracks on his body were healed within 1 hour, leaving nothing. However, Fei Lan and the other two were still severe. Time flew hurriedly. The young man opened his eyes. He exhaled and spoke calmly, "Don't worry. I'm okay." The three of them could finally relax. Du Lin at third sky of ethereal god realm with his thunder god spear had struck a deadly lightning strike. That one was really formidable. He sighed while looking at the shield near him and grinned. Luckily we have this shield. We're so lucky. Or else. Right at the moment, Du Lin struck his lethal attack. Shi Yan had used space power to teleport the blood shield to that specific locus in the void. The blood mark shield in the shield was activated and it connected to Shi Yan's soul. That was how he was able to control it. Before that attack arrived, the mark on the shield was activated, crazily taking in blood and essence chi around. It also absorbed all the key kinds of energy in his body. At that moment, negative energy of his body, essence chi, and even immortal demon blood were sucked away. All of them were poured into the massive blood shield. 80% of his power was taken away, including negative energy, god power, and immortal demon blood. That was how the blood shield could enlarge and parry that strike. He didn't expect to consume a considerable amount of energy to use that blood shield. At third sky of original god realm, the combination of all kinds of magical energy in his body could compare to the accumulated energy of the second sky, or even third sky of ethereal god realm. However, his energy was just enough to perform 10% of the shield. Anyway, even if it was just 10%, it was enough to stop the thunder god spear, the strike of Du Lin at peak of ethereal god realm. After Du Lin struck the giant blood shield with thunder god spear, the shield still looked intact. It seemed to be unbreakable. However, its owner couldn't endure that attack. He got hurt badly. Luckily, as the battle happened, Shi Yan had discreetly absorbed a significant amount of essence chi from the dead. His consumed energy was refilled quickly, and he was able to have a speedy recovery. At this moment, Shi Yan was in his best condition, which was because of the marvelous function of his devouring ability. His energy wasn't exhausted, which would prevent him from joining the battle. He looked at that small shield, his visage complicated. He waved his hand, and the shield hissed all the way to his hand. The weight of a mountain fell in his hand. He couldn't hold it, so he lowered his hand until he had almost reached the stone ground to steady his body. Too heavy. He took a deep breath, his eyes frightened. This blood shield is as heavy as a mountain. I have enough strength to lift up a 1,000-meter-long mountain, but it's very difficult to lift this shield. Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tua were baffled. It wasn't like this, said Fei Lan after contemplating for a while. Nodding, Shi Yan gave a forced smile. Yeah, when I picked it up before, it wasn't as heavy as it is now. After it has been activated to resist that strike, its weight has doubled. The other three were surprised. Senior, which level is this blood shield? Ka Tua became excited. The thunder god spear Du Lin used is at original incipient grade. I don't know its level, but I could see that his spear couldn't attack this shield. So, this shield's level should be higher than his god spear, right? Fei Lan and Leona also wore a complicated look as they looked at the plain shield. The expert that cultivated Death Power Upanishad had given the Dark Sky family this shield. Fei Lan kept it for so many years. However, Fei Lan didn't know the level of this shield because she had never had its approval to activate it. Thus, she didn't know its mysteries or its power. However, she was curious to see which level the shield was. I don't know its real level. Shi Yan chose his words. Fei Lan and the other two were disappointed, but Shi Yan continued. But I'm sure that the Thunder God Spear's level is lower than this shield. Because my realm and power were too low, of course, I can't resist Du Lin by myself. I could only resist him because the quality of the shield is much better than the Thunder God Spear. Or else, I wouldn't have only gotten hurt. My god body would burst off. Listening to him, Fei Lan, Leona, and Ka Tuo's eyes brightened. Shi Yan beamed a forced smile, looking at the other three. Seems like our understanding of the bloodthirsty cortege of 8 and their master is still shallow. I think our inheritances are the absolute powers of this world, the mysterious but marvelous peak powers, Upanishads of all galaxies. Our precursors must be the existences that topped all the high-grade star areas. The other three became so thrilled. Waving his hand, Shiryen muttered, "You guys can leave now." "I'm all right. Yeah, I want to study this shield. I will try to see if I can find something." The other three nodded, trying to hold the excitement in their hearts. They left with a discreet joy. Dark, corrosion, and chaos were their main powers, Upanishads. They knew and they believed that their powers, Upanishad, were really powerful. If they could prove their belief, they would be more resolute and confident of their powers. It would help strengthen their belief and their persistence in pursuing their realms. They closed the door and left. Shiryen stroked the heavy blood shield. He was confused, mumbling to himself. At the moment that spear impacted the shield, I could sense so many magical changes in the center of the seal. It seems to be the utmost power of that mysterious and complex formation. The one who fabricated this shield had gone against the rules of nature. He did have delicate attainment. While he was talking to himself, his soul altar swayed and spun. His mind relaxed as his soul consciousness seeped into the blood shield. The small, plain shield glowed with a red halo. The blood mark, which had disappeared, emerged little by little. It looked mysteriously evil, as if it had hidden some astonishing surprise. Chapter 10:10. When words get sore, adding more words is useless. Chapter 10:10. When words get sore, adding more words is useless. Shiryan's soul altar slowly revolved. The mark on the glabella of his host soul glowed. Wisps of soul consciousness poured into the shield and connected to the marvelous formation on the shield. Clusters of blood cloud appeared, changing continually. Shortly after, countless mysterious and extraordinary formations emerged on the shield. The clusters of blood cloud had connected to each of the blood clouds of the mark on his forehead perfectly. Shortly after, the blood mark seemed to turn into a mouth. Inside that mouth, a small vortex appeared and enlarged. It created a fiercely strong suction force. The 700 acupuncture points on his body made some commotion. The vortexes inside each acupuncture points were revolving with the mark of the shield. They had become the extension to the suction force from the shield. His eyes brightened. He stroked the shield unintentionally with one hand. He grinned as he knew he had a good grasp of one ability of the shield. The blood mark on the shield had that powerful suction of devouring power, Upanishad. It could collect energy and transmit it to his acupuncture points. This shield wasn't just a divine defensive tool. It had more astounding abilities. Shiryen quieted down. He studied the mysteries of the shield and didn't recognize the time flying. After an unknown time, the stone door squeaked open. Fei Lon frowned, entering the chamber. Some VIP from Potion and Tool Pavilion is about to arrive. Fu Wei and Potion and Tool Pavilion staff are waiting on the deck. Bewildered, Shiryen carefully put away the blood shield. He contemplated for a while and then said naturally, "Let's go there and see." Fei Lon nodded quietly. On the deck of the massive battleship, Fu Wei and Yun and Potion and Tool Pavilion's guards were watching, waiting for something solemnly. The guards of Potion and Tool Pavilion nerves relaxed as if they knew that when the person came, they would be free from danger. Fu Wei's face glowed with health. After recovering, she had almost resumed her powers. She was chatting cheerfully with Yun. When Shiryen, Fei Lon, Leona, and Ka Tua emerged from the cabin, Fu Wei smiled gently and nodded at him. "Are you okay?" "I'm all right." Shiryen looked at the dark void and asked curiously, "Who's about to arrive?" "You'll know later." Fu Wei felt so excited, laughing. You must be interested." Sure, Yen was more astounded. 2 hours later, an intense light shot toward from a far distant. That light moved like a meteor. It appeared in people's sight shortly. It was a lozenge crystal war chariot, which was fabricated with empty fantasy crystal. It seemed to have the power to move through space. While the war chariot was dashing, it rose ripples of space energy, which looked mysteriously inexplicable. Swoosh! The crystal lozenge war chariot moved like a silky ribbon, but it was as sharp as a sword cutting across the sky. It was heading towards the huge battleship. Fu Wei didn't use the protective halo. She put down all defensive systems to allow that war chariot to land. 10th Elder. Guards of Potion and Tool Pavilion bent their bodies slightly to greet him, their eyes respectful. A lanky old man stood clasping his hands behind his back on the glass war chariot. Standing behind him were 3/3 sky of ethereal god realm experts. They all had calm and heavy auras as imposing as mountains. They were indeed famous warriors. Uncle Duo! Fu Wei smiled weakly, walking forward to greet him and speaking calmly. You're here. With the first glance at that old man, Shi Yan knew his status. He couldn't hide his surprise. Jia Duo, the 10th Elder of Potion and Tool Pavilion, had 3rd sky of ethereal god realm cultivation base. He was the one who cultivated the extraordinary space power Upanishad. Most of the fantasy sky ring and the teleport formations that Potion and Tool Pavilion were selling were from this man. In Agate Star area, his understanding of space power Upanishad could be at the Grandmaster level. As they were warriors who cultivated space power Upanishad, Shi Yan assessed him discreetly, his face grave. Space energy fluctuation on Jia Duo's body was trivial, which gave Shi Yan a feeling of something unreal. This man was standing on this massive battleship, but he looked like he was in some unknown space. Shi Yan was bewildered. He had a strange feeling that Jia Duo was standing in a space cracked this entire time. He was worth his 3rd sky of ethereal god realm, cultivating space power Upanishad. His god body moved freely through space slits. Without magical materials like empty fantasy crystal, he could still move through space. In the legends, experts cultivating space power could travel through space slits and move from one space node to another within a blink of an eye. At that time, their god bodies would like that they were in the fantasy, unfixed spaces. That kind of warrior was the toughest target. It was hard to kill them. Unless one had the power to block all spaces, they couldn't subdue the experts cultivating space power Upanishad, no matter how many warriors were sent for this assassination mission. Warriors using space power were good at teleporting between space. If they wanted to go, there wouldn't be as many solutions to block them. Jia Duo arrogantly walked off his glass war chariot. He nodded slightly to Fu Wei and said, You did great. You found the cannon. You earned marvelous merit this time. Fu Wei grinned, instinctively glancing at Shi Yan. I'm just lucky. If he didn't give me the cannon, I wouldn't have gotten the cannon even if I was better. Until this moment, Jia Duo looked at Shi Yan for the first time. He frowned, talking indifferently. Too bad. What's too bad? Shi Yan was surprised. You have the talent in cultivating space power Upanishad, but your powers Upanishads are mixed up. You're cultivating more powers Upanishad. Jia Duo's eyes had a hidden disdain. What a greedy cultivation. It's hard to advance space power Upanishad to the acme. You've progressed space power Upanishad, so you know some abilities. Ordinary people hate that they couldn't risk their lives to cultivate this power. You have a good fortune, but you don't want to grasp it. You have more powers Upanishads, which couldn't help you maintain your pure space power Upanishad. It's too bad. Shi Yan pouted, saying nothing. In Jia Duo's eyes, space power Upanishad was the best power Upanishad in this world. He considered this kind of power as his glory and he had invested his lifetime effort in it. Seeing Shi Yan was a good seed, but he had mixed powers Upanishad. Jia Duo wasn't pleased. He thought that Shi Yan was just wasting his innate talent and he would never reach the most subtly marvelous realm of space power Upanishad. 10th Elder, you two are cultivating space power Upanishad. If you don't mind, shall we discuss it a little bit? Fu Wei kindly suggested. She wanted to help Shi Yan increase his attainment in cultivating space power, as she knew Jia Duo was the one who had the most exquisite achievement in cultivating this power in Agate Star area. It would be much better than the dozens of books she had given to Shi Yan if Jia Duo agreed to help. However, it was obvious that Jia Duo didn't want to teach Shi Yan. He shook his head resolutely. He's not a member of Potion and Tool Pavilion. His cultivating isn't thorough and it is mixed. He won't have any good achievement. I don't want to waste my efforts on him. Listening to him, Fu Wei was embarrassed. She gave a reluctant smile. Shi Yan was perplexed, but he didn't say anything. However, he felt annoyed and thought that this old man was too arrogant. He had considered himself a mighty sage in cultivating space power. Oh, well, I thought he was very powerful. Turns out he's just an ethereal god realm warrior. Katua grinned and grunted. The masters of Devil Blood Star and Monster Dragon Star, the incipient god realm experts, are more modest to my senior. Just a third sky of ethereal god realm, and you think you're rocketing into the sky? Haha. Well, it's like water in a full bottle that doesn't move while water in a bottle half full sways a lot. Jia Duo frowned. One of the third sky of ethereal god realm warriors, standing behind him, shouted angrily, his face cold. Wanton. Fu Wei and Yun discolored. They didn't think that these two groups of people would quarrel with each other instead of discussing fruitfully. Fu Wei suddenly recognized that she was a little self-righteous in this case. Pushing too much wouldn't help. She thought that as Jia Duo was cultivating space power Upanishad, he would appreciate Shi Yan, a warrior cultivating space power Upanishad too. However, she knew she was wrong from Jia Duo's voice and manner. Jia Duo always wanted to find an assistant to handle his junk works, which were fabricating high-quality fantasy skyring and teleport formation. After that, he could have more time to study his space power Upanishad. Shi Yan was a suitable candidate. He met all the requirements. However, he denied joining Potion and Tool Pavilion, which gave Jia Duo a big question. That was why he wasn't so friendly to Shi Yan. It was all because of his presumption. If my senior wasn't generous enough, would you have gotten the canon? Katua smiled faintly. Some people don't know how to repay a favor. Quite the contrary, they only have harsh words. I can say my knowledge has widened today. Jia Duo's eyes shrank, talking faintly. We paid 100 million divine crystals for the canon. It's like a business. We don't owe you anything. Pausing for a while, Jia Duo continued indifferently. As we're delivering you to Shadow, Ghostly Prison, it's a generous bonus out of our scheme. Potion and Tool Pavilion owes you nothing. Katua laughed again. He wanted to say more, but Shi Yan had stopped him. He looked at Fu Wei, bent slightly to greet her, and then said, Your rescue team is here. I think it's time for us to leave. Fu Wei's bright eyes were flustered as she whispered, We haven't reached Shadow, Ghostly Prison yet. Moreover, our destination is in the place too. You guys can go with us anyway. Shaking his head, Shi Yan glanced at Jia Duo with strange eyes. Someone doesn't welcome us on this battleship. I don't want to stay here to irritate people. We should bid farewell from here. He nodded to Fei Lan. Fei Lan understood his intention. She went to the cultivating room to call for Zhou, Shi, and Xianming. Jia Duo was still arrogant. He just snorted and didn't want to make them stay. Fu Wei had a headache. She tried to tell Shi Yan to stay until they reached the destination. However, Shi Yan insisted on leaving. Shi Yan nodded to Fu Wei, and his team departed from the battleship when Zhuo Shi, Xianming, and Fei Lan got back on the deck. They flew into the dark, immense galaxy and headed to Shadow, Ghostly Prison. Seeing Shi Yan fly away, Fu Wei had a complicated look. She sighed inwardly. At the moment she looked at Jia Duo, she had a hidden sadness. She was a little indifferent, opposite of her previous warm welcome. Chapter 1011 Shadow Ghostly Prison. Chapter 1011 Shadow Ghostly Prison _ He's from Blood Devil's tribe. He saved McGee, the youngest son of the chief of Evil Dragon tribe. He's the best friend of Ghost Hunter from the Brutal Dragon tribe. Why did you enrage him? After Shi Yan's team left, Fu Wei asked her uncle with her furrowing, bold brow. As they were both elders of the Potion and Tool Pavilion, her status and position weren't lower than Jia Duo's, even though Fu Wei was younger. She didn't need to hide things, as she could tell him directly. And Yin also thought that Jia Duo's deed wasn't appropriate, but she didn't have the right to voice here. There was no need to mention Shi Yan's relationships with the leaders of Monster Clan and Demon Clan, with only the fact that Shi Yan had given them the cannon, and Yin thought Potion and Tool Pavilion owed him. Then, Shi Yan didn't leave when Du Lin attacked them fiercely. At the critical moment, Shi Yan had helped Fu Wei recover her energy, and Yin gradually developed good feelings for Shi Yan. She thought he was worth establishing a friendship with. However, right as he had arrived, Jia Duo used sharp words to force Shi Yan's team to leave the battleship, and Yun thought that his deed wasn't appropriate. We're from Potion and Tool Pavilion. In this Agate Star area, we don't participate in any battles. We don't need to care about any force. Jia Duo's visage was arrogant. He clasped his hands while he spoke. Although Potion and Tool Pavilion doesn't join any war or battle of the star area, we do have the power to overturn the situation of this star area. Even if he comes from a stronger force, he won't dare to cause any grudge against us. We don't need to worry about anyone. I don't know why you had to do so. Fu Wei shook her head. Jia Duo looked at her in the eyes. Why you care about him that much? Fu Wei was bewildered. She thought and then said he helped me. Jia Duo smiled coldly. On my way here, I've heard you repeat his name many times, and the frequency was increasing. I can feel that you really appreciate this man. I think it's not a good sign. Taking a deep breath, Jia Duo lowered his voice. You're the hope of our party. Your innate talents are excellent, and you have been concentrating always. You have the competence to control Potion and Tool Pavilion in the future. If you let affection distract you, our hope will be drifted away. Fu Wei's eyes became baffled as she said with a surprised countenance, Is that the reason you tried to force him to leave? Jia Duo didn't deny it. I thought that you shouldn't stay with him for a long time. This man could possibly be the Mara in your heart. I'm responsible for cleaning it for you. Fu Wei and Yun were astounded. It's unreasonable. You guys are thinking too much. Fu Wei gave a forced smile. I hope so, but we should prevent it early. Jia Duo was persistent. Fu Wei sighed begrudgingly, her face bitter. She became more determined. Senior, that old man is despicable, seriously. He took advantage of you. But instead of saying thanks, he mocked and provoked us. Senior, you're too nice since you didn't get angry. Harumph, if I got angry, I wouldn't have let it go. Shi Yan, Fei Lan, Leona, Katua, Zhuo and Xianming were staying on a blue-gray asteroid, which was rushing in the dark sea of stars. They were heading to Shadow, Ghostly Prison. There were many meteorites moving in this dark outer space, so their asteroid wasn't really eye-catching. Fei Lan used her energy to control it. It didn't fly as fast as the Potion and Tool Pavilion's battleship flew. However, they weren't hurrying. Although their asteroid was slow, the distance to Shadow, Ghostly Prison wasn't very long. They didn't waste much time anyway. When they say something you don't like, just leave. We don't need to quarrel with those people. Shi Yan smiled relaxedly. Moreover, he wasn't wrong. We exchanged the cannon for many things. It was a fair trade. I was about to leave, as he was talking impulsively. There could have been a reason for us to leave, though. He's right. Fei Lan understood the matter. Potion and Tool Pavilion has a big internal issue. Although Du Lin failed this time, it's not certain that the enemy wouldn't make another move. It's not good if we mingle with them. I think they can't even protect themselves. The next attack may be more furious. It would be perilous if we stayed on that battleship. Leona also nodded. She had prepared to leave already. When Shi Yan countered Du Lin and hurt himself, she thought that it was absolutely not a wise move. Even if we wanted to leave, we should leave confidently and at ease. Now it's like we were enraged, so we left. I don't like it. Ka Tua shook his head. Apparently he was annoyed. Along the way, he cursed Jia Duo often with extreme language. He had even insulted 18 of Jia Duo's generations once. You guys are going to shadow ghostly prison for the inheritance of the holy beast Black Tortoise. Do you have any clue about it? Shi Yan didn't bother Ka Tua and smiled at Zuosher. We have no clue. We heard that its body is in shadow ghostly prison. I thought that if we got close enough, I would be able to sense it. Zuosher was serious. She smiled pretty cutely. Shi Yan Ji, is there any problem if we follow you? Of course not, but I'm afraid you guys would encounter more dangers. Dangers? What kind of dangers? We also have business at Shadow Ghostly Prison this time. Perhaps we will face the Dark Shadow Clan. I'm afraid unexpected things would happen to you if you follow us. No problem. I think you can handle them well. Zuosher looked livelily beautiful, standing on the asteroid. She was wearing a pure white long dress. She looked very cute and innocent. Anyway, her slender legs made people dream of them. It has been many years, and this little girl has grown up to be a charming lady. No wonder why that drifting cloud warrior wanted to harass her, since her bloodline had the inheritance of water power Upanishad. This power Upanishad was formed naturally within her body. It made her skin exceptionally smooth and soft. Her bearings were pure and gentle. Half a year later, a blue-gray meteorite entered Shadow Ghostly Prison. It was a particular area of Agate Star area that had gray mist covering the area year-round. Starlight in this area was blocked, making it deep, dark, and mysterious. Battles happened unceasingly in Shadow Ghostly Prison. This unique area had many natural resources and races living together. Although most of the tribes here were native, there were several alien tribes from other galaxies. For example, the Dark Shadow Clan. Rumors said that it was a tribe coming from another star area. They understood the concept of space passages, which connected Shadow Ghostly Prison to the other worlds. No one knew where they dwelled. Standing on the asteroid, they curiously watched the darker area in front of them. Perhaps it was because of its particular condition of lacking light, but this place was cold and spooky. They saw a cold water current flowing, but they didn't know where it was headed. Every time it passed by them, they would feel a chill invading deep into their bones, their souls shaking hard. There are so many wrecked battleships in front of us. Fei Lan suddenly lifted up her head and hissed. Swoosh! The blue-gray asteroid accelerated, moving forward like a meteor. On the asteroid, Shi Yan's pupils shrank as he shouted, "There's a fierce battle here!" They saw hundreds and then thousands of ruined battleships. They were shattered like crushed stones. Corpses floated in this dark and eerie sea of stars. They belonged to Human Clan, Ghostmark Clan, Monster Clan, Dark Clan, Corpse Clan, and even the Wood Clan and Ice Clan. Those corpses weren't intact. Some were dried and weathered. However, they hadn't been decayed yet due to the cold temperature. Fragments of battleships, broken war chariots, flying carriage, and other vehicles floated and drifted. There were countless pieces like that in this creepy area. Shi Yan's soul consciousness moved like a shuttle and explored the area. There's no aura of living beings. No one is still alive. Shi Yan frowned, his face stern. As soon as they arrived in Shadow, ghostly prison, they immediately saw an extremely tragic battlefield. These images had impressed them deeply. Shi Yan understood that this place wasn't like any other place. If they were careless, they would become one of those hovering corpses. Everybody put on a heavy-hearted complexion. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.